Hello, and welcome. Been looking forward to this, I'm glad. And good evening. Haven't streamed in a little bit. Haven't been doing too well lately. But, well, today was 6.55 patch day, which means that everything in Endwalker is completable, which means that Sucro has more to do, so I'm going to try my best. Hello, Sucro. It's Sucro, there she is. She has returned. And I need to make sure that there's the chat cover. Oop, there it is. So yeah, first thing on the list, guess we're just going to jump right into it, is the Alliance... What's it called exactly? What did I write in the title? The Tribal Alliance Quest. Now, I've not shown most of one of the sets of quests involved on camera, but I showed the first part of that, and I also showed the entirety of the other two sets. So hopefully that's enough for context for whatever happens. And then the Tataru's Grand Endeavor questline, which I believe is relatively shorter. Keep my screenshot button ready. What, you mean this one? You can't mash it. That is the rate of screenshots that you can take, apparently. So yeah. Also, Sucro is wearing different glasses and no hat today. Because I felt like it. And a different haircut, I guess. So yeah. We can also see that the next main scenario quest, When One Door Closes, exists. So the full list of things that Sucro has to do now before 7.0 is the Endwalker Tribal Alliance quest, Tataru's Grand Endeavor, Somehow Further Hildebrand Adventures, which is also completable now, and then the rest of the main story. That is essentially the Hippo Racer questline. But yeah. This quest begins in Ultima Thule. So here I go. Part of why I haven't been streaming a lot lately, and what I mean by I haven't been doing super well lately, is I've been dealing with a lot of like hand, wrist, and arm pain, which I think mostly I just needed to not do very much for a while to attempt to make that any better. But I am trying various other things, I suppose. But since the rest of this, with a few exceptions, shouldn't be too combat focused. At least one exception, possibly more. I don't think I need to be too worried about hand pain, really. Hello and welcome. I'm gonna make sure Boaster's not in the way of cutscenes. Dinner and a show. A manager's work is never done, or so Jammingway's muttering would indicate. For a status report, Sucro. I quite understand. I get terribly anxious whenever I have to step away from the cafe. Why, just the other day, I returned to find that a Grebulov had snuck behind the counter to bathe in the soup. Such incidents aside, the last dregs couldn't be more successful. We're bustling with business and Elysian is thriving. Yet, as the manager of this operation, I would be remiss not to ponder new ways to juice a little more happiness out of this carrot. This unit hastens to indicate that the current levels of juice and happiness are within optimal parameters. Any attempt to push either beyond capacity may prove disruptive to the present equilibrium. Of course it would be disruptive, you glorified can opener! A threat to the status quo it may be, but innovation is the lifeblood of business. And think of our patrons' delight should we treat them to, say, thrilling entertainment over a cup of carrot coffee. Whatever we do needs to be truly spectacular, though. So good that even the Nibiru won't simply stare morosely. If only I had any ideas whatsoever. The Dreaming Ways are full of ideas, can't vouch for quality though, or perhaps you should pay a visit to Hoper's Hold. It's quite a sight. Well, you could go check out Hoper's Hold and see what all the Dreaming Ways are up to. Really now? I'd heard they were cooking up something in the hold, but I had no idea the project was such a success. I must see it for myself. Interested in a trip to Best Ways Burrows, Sucro? I'd appreciate your opinion on any possibilities I turn up. Nod. I trust you can mind the cafe in 7000. Contact me via the Ragnarok system should there be any more soup scandals. This unit has cafe operations fully under control. Whether the would-be visionary life form will come up with a decent idea is more difficult to calculate with certainty. I think it'll probably happen. Something funny will probably happen. Somebody in the Say chat channel just yelled, Beast Tribe Alliance Quest, woo! Because of all the people standing there. So there's some enthusiasm already going around. There may or may not be any sort of soup debacles. We'll have to see. For a second, I thought this person was just Magni. Like they were just playing as Magni, but no. They just happen to be very similar to Magni from this angle. Magni on the moon, what will he do? So this is the new Hoper's Hold, eh? I must say, it's a significant improvement over the old crates and buckets. Yeah, getting dunked would definitely... Soup debacle is a lore-compliant Ruganon name? Not quite actually, I don't think. Unless we're counting soup as an adjective. Maybe soupy debacle, but that seems worse. That's not a combination of words that's terribly good to think about. There's no specific reason, it's just got like a bad word feel to it. Anyway, as for these stations that everyone's hopping to join, that one over there is a true work of art. I particularly appreciate their taste in subject matter. Nui. However, one can hardly expect half a dozen civilizations to share the same aesthetic sensibilities. I shudder to imagine the pontification and gunfire that would ensue if we asked our patrons to paint a mural. Those machines remind me of N7000, right down to the years. They would fit in quite well with our current staff. Then again, that would hardly be an innovative addition, would it? We already have more condescending numerical projections than we could possibly need. I suppose music is another matter of taste, though those Loporrits certainly seem to be having fun. Do you think a mournful dragon would enjoy being blasted with laser lights while it sings its ancient melodies? No? Pity. A shop! Perhaps our patrons would enjoy a selection of knickknacks sold alongside our regular menu items. Though mining those Omicron coins requires a truly exorbitant amount of processing power. Jammingway, are you mining crypto? Jammingway, do I have to, like, eject you into space? I mean, you're already mostly there, so it wouldn't be that difficult, but do I have to? And what if increased circulation led to a drop in Omnitoken value? Mother forfend! Jammingway, stop mining crypto this instant. This station looks familiar. I wonder if Cookingway has any new recipes to share. But there is quite a bit of carrot on the menu already, and 7000 would doubtless whir and whinge about the lack of variety. Gasp! Is that a broadcasting station? Oh, I do so love a good transmitter. I wonder what sort of messages they're sending. They're speaking to the people of Aetheris to let them know they're not alone. Or, you're listening to Hope FM. Stay tuned for more talking in ways all day and all night. Moontime. Would Sucro immediately launch into an impression of a radio host? Yes. You're listening to Hope FM. Stay tuned for more talking in ways all day and night. Moontime. Got me intrigued. Ensuring widespread access to receivers seems like hard work, but well worth the effort indeed. We could adjust the tuning of the Ragnarok's communications facilities to receive this transmission in the last dregs. But it still may not provide the level of crowd-pleasing excitement we're aiming for. Well, each and every one of these stations is wonderful in its own right. I fear none are quite suitable for our goals. Perhaps Dreamingway can dream up something special for us. Nod. You know, I didn't know exactly what would be going on in this quest, but between what appears to be going on and what I expect some of Tataru quests to be about, I feel like Sucro's current attire is sort of like business Sucro and seems appropriate. Someone is wearing pajamas though. Wait, what's this? Who's this funny creature? Who's this funny little dinosaur? I've never seen Malone before. She may or may not have some kind of deal for somebody. And that deal is dealing damage. I'm a white mage. Close enough. That's optimal healing. It's so good to see Dreamingway again. You think you can get me one of those shirts? As for a radio station that plays the audio for Shrek 24/7, that would undoubtedly have a large audience on Twitch.television. If it were allowed by the TOS. Oh, Sucro, and is that Jammingway? It's been so long, I'd started to think they were avoiding me. Oh, Jammingway non-binary, I forgot. You opened a cafe out in Ultima Thule. That's one mother of a dream. And business is booming. Well, I'm honored to be consulted about your upcoming event. Now we only need to work out what it is. Have you spoken with Talkingway yet? They receive letters from listeners across the star. Surely one or two have mentioned exciting happenings on Aetheris. Wait here. Seems like comedy is incoming. They do seem to be swearing by Heidelin a lot. I present Talkingway. It's a pleasure to see you again. I would be happy to assist in your endeavors however I can. Nod. Forgive me, but have we met before? Reminder that Talkingway has some sort of Shadow the Hedgehog adjacent voice in my mind because of being the one sad Loporrit for a long time. Well, the most sad Loporrit, anyway. Ah, yes, you would remember me as Counseling Way, but I've recently taken the name Talking Way in honor of my new dream. Oh, wonderful! I look forward to working with you, Talking Way. If only all real-world locations made it this easy to change your name. Nod. Dreamingway mentioned that you are in search of rousing entertainment for your patrons, and one possibility hops to mind. If our listener mail is any indication, Thavnair's hippo cart races have been drawing quite the crowd of late, who come from far and wide to see those hippos hurtle, 'tis said. I think I almost said war and fide. Gasp. Hurtling hippos, why that does sound exciting. We could set up a race course in the necropolis to give Last Dregs patrons a prime view of the action. A stirring contest of speed and skill, the likes of which Ultima Thule has never before seen. Surely that will pique even the Nibiran's interest. Any ideas on how we might approach these hippo racers, Sucro? I happen to know them. Leave it to me. Their leader is a friend of yours. You really do know everyone. I hope we can count on you for an introduction. Nod. See, it's fine that I didn't show most of the hippo racing on camera because the Loporrits are an audience surrogate for this portion. And you're not supposed to know who they are. A hippo hustle in Ultima Thule sounds like the sort of entertainment that should be available to all. Could our radio station provide a live broadcast of the event? Gasp. But of course, with the Ragnarok as a relay, there's no signal we cannot boost. I should like nothing more than to share the joy of such an experience with our listeners across Aetheris, and I certainly would be curious to attend myself. Then it's settled. We'll make a start on the preparations. I trust you can convince the hippos to traverse the Sea of Stars? I guess we're just gonna do that and it's not gonna be a problem. To Thavnair! You said we're looking for a woman named Terna, correct? Oh, I can hardly wait. In fact, I can't. See you there! Simultaneous Bunui farewell gesture. Leave the broadcasting set up to us. We're becoming quite proficient in connecting the thingies to the whatsits, you know. Glad to hear it. What about you, Talking Way? We'll need a few moonhoppers to carry the equipment. And perhaps Inventing Way can assist with the technical details. Thank you for petting Calico. And hello and welcome. I will also pet an adjacent cat. Chocobo was looking at me. It's been long enough since the last time I streamed that the pet Calico redeem startled me a little bit. But that's an acceptable reason to be startled. Because it's important that Calico get pet. So this is how the Hippo Rider situation has gone. We opened a cafeteria at some point so that they could become DoorDash, or Grubhub if you prefer. Something else probably also happened. But the main thing is they become a business that includes DoorDash.
Val can apologize.
It's okay, don't worry about it. It's kind of funny. Also, the other Gajasura, I think is the word. Some other ones who are smaller than the usual Gajasura from the Azim Steppe showed up and tried to take over the territory, but Terna recognized that, similar to her and her crew, they were also kind of like a set of outcasts looking for a place to belong, though they were attempting to do it by force. And so they arranged a contest of hippo racing, where if Akkala here lost, Akkala's crew would join the hippo riders and like help out. And that's been going well, actually. Work difficult sometimes, but here are hippo carts and good taste food. Battle Brothers no more hungry, so Akkala try work. For Battle Brothers, Akkala try hard. You can't say Battle Brothers without making me think of one very particular Warhammer 40,000. Does anyone actually say Warhammer 40,000, or is it just 40k in all instances? I actually don't know anything about it, but there's one very particular, like, ancient animation of a scene or scenes from a video game adaptation of it in which someone is giving a rousing speech to space marines. And that sort of exists rent-free in my mind at times. This is my first time meeting an Arcosodora in person. Do my ears look alright? This little one with you, they've been there patting their ears for a while now and staring. Got a lot of staring going on. Radio? Yeah, I've heard of it. One of my crew lugged a radio contraption all the way here from Old Charlian. I don't remember the voices I did for Eterna. Probably a little more generic Brooklyn accent. That could be who sent you the letter about the Hanish Hippo hustle, come to think of it. I think that was probably more like it. Your races are the talk of the star. We'd love to bring that sort of excitement out to Ultima Thule, though it is a wee bit of a trek from here. Ultima who? Now them I ain't never heard of. They live across the sea somewhere, I take it. As brilliant as our hippos are, we can't send them out into the wide world on their own. You need a caller to me to race them safely. And I had too much work here at home to abandon my post. Can't thank you enough for taking an interest in our operation, though. Oh. It's truly a shame, but I would hate to make the Hippo Riders disappoint their own customers in the name of entertaining ours. What to do? Also, there's a very Red Mage individual here. Shoutouts to Red Mage aesthetic, I guess. Sorry to turn you down, especially after you came all this way. Dreaming Way and Talking Way were excited for this plan too. We mustn't give up just yet. I'm calling a strategy meeting to be held. Well, that post over there looks like as good a place as any. Nod. We have to invent Twitch streaming in universe. I understand Turner's passion for her work. Feel the same about my own. Perhaps someone else might race on her behalf. I've done hippo racing. No, Turner race. Oh, hey, Akala. Ahem. I heard your conversation. Akala, I want to race Turner. And I know Turner wants to race. Akala, you're the one Turner mentioned, aren't you? Nod. Never Turner's work ends. When she finishes with hippos, she teaches us the common tongue so we fit in. She teaches us Hanish manners and fairness in trade. Oh yeah, Akala's already speaking more correctly than in that incidental text box I read a second ago. That's always a nice kind of development. Akka, I find your language difficult, but my speaking improves. Turner says so, but Turner has no time to ride hippos now. She cares about hippos and the hippo riders, her kin. Always she helps us. But she forgets we can help her. Always we want to help her. And there's also, shoot, what's her name? Ogun, I think, from this questline. She might become relevant shortly in a way that gives her a text box, I'm not sure. I see. Turner's a great leader, but she takes every responsibility upon herself. No wonder she has no time left over to race hippos. Always Turner listens to you. You must talk sense at her. Yes, I quite agree. If, in her heart of hearts, Turner wants to race, that's all the more reason for us to host a hippo hustle. Do you think you can convince her to come around? Leave it to me. I think you get the gist of what the hippo riders are. Ogle. Did I say Ogun? I was close. Sucro, what a surprise! Are you here to speak with Turner as well? Just wear her down until she agrees. It'll be fun. Just do the Elder Scrolls Oblivion persuasion minigame, Sucro. Good luck with talking sense. You hold it right there. I know that look, but you'll find I ain't so easily persuaded. The following event cannot be skipped. Oh no, it's one of these. Talk sense? Yes. You know how important our delivery business is. He helped us get our start, so why try to talk me out of it? Reasons! You can make deliveries later, opportunities knocking now, or I know you live for excitement. Don't you want to explore the unknown? Let's try this one. You can make deliveries later. This is a great opportunity. Later? Speedy deliveries are our business. We can't be speedy if we're delivering later. Well, what about the excitement? What about exploring the unknown? Of course I'd love to explore the unknown. There's only so many times you can race the same course without it starting to feel like a chore. But too many folks are relying on our services for me to go gallivanting. We'll survive for a few days without a shawarma delivery. Akala's worried about you, you know, or doesn't your hippo deserve a change of scenery? Well, Akala's worried about you. I told him there ain't nothing to worry about. I miss racing to be sure, but the hippo riders come first. Business couldn't be better, and I'd like to keep it that way. Have I ever led you astray before? Surely it won't fall apart in just one day, or I recall a heartwarming lesson learned during the inaugural Hanish Hippo hustle. I remember we all had there was kind of like a lesson that we learned at the end of that wasn't on camera. That was a race for the ages, to be sure, and it was all thanks to our team here. Like I always say, you can only do so much by yourself. I do say that, don't I? And here I am acting like Akala back when he first got here. Guess I was right that him and I ain't so different, in more ways than I knew. Alright, fine, the hippo riders have pulled together to keep things moving in Thavnair, and you'll have your race. That wasn't too bad. So this race of yours will be taking place in a faraway land? I'd best join you, for everyone's safety, of course. You talk good sense. Thank you, Akala. You win, you win. Just give me a moment to speak with Maru and Gasa. I don't know how many people I was expecting to be doing this part, given the requirements for it. But there's a fair amount of people around doing this question, which is interesting. I knew you would come through for us. Why, you had her convincing herself by the end. I thought that was a Pokemon cry. N7000, is that you? The ear bending for the communication is a fantastic touch. Affirmative. Several shrill life forms have come bearing word of a hippo hustle to take place in the necropolis. As serving units have automatically initialized advertising protocols, this unit requests swift confirmation that these reports are accurate. They are accurate, and tell those units I like their initiative. That I like their initiative. As for my fellow Loporate life forms, I recommend a tall glass of carrot juice for each. They're sure to place additional orders. Interference? Testing, please respond. Prioritizing requests for managerial assistance on the customer service front, ending transmission. Don't you terminate this transmission on me! Rude! The ear, like, sprung back into place and, like, flicked a little bit as it wobbled into neutral position. Attention to detail with regard to fluffy ears, A+. What was all that? What was that all about, I wonder? No harm will come to our comrades on my watch, and I shall be watching quite avidly, I expect. I'm coming, hold your hippos. Race will be good. I can feel it. Well, there was a funny UFO that just flew by, and I'm sure that's nothing. A dream worth chasing. Featuring a mystery reward. Jammingway appears moderately concerned about the unidentified calamity that may or may not be befalling the last dregs at this very moment. You know what I just realized? We have a place that literally generates a location based on what people want next to it, so I don't think we'll have any trouble setting up a hippo racing location. Initiating a new call doesn't work either. I doubt that it's anything serious, but perhaps you should check on N7000 just in case. You typically carry at least one object suitable for light bludgeoning, do you not? I'll work out the finer details with Turner and see the hippo riders safely to Ultima Thule. I trust that the cafe will be intact when we arrive. Nod. I do in fact specifically have a bludgeoning instrument hidden in the invisible weapon holding space right now. By the way, you may or may not be surprised that I'm a white mage at the moment, given that I previously said that the spinning makes me a little bit dizzy. I'm going to be trying it more a little bit because it's slightly more relaxed and less button pressing than Sage's, while still allowing me to be healer and still being like a mechanically fun for me type of job. I might switch to Sage when I get to a part where I need to do like a, I don't know, a trial, for example, but that's not in this quest line. We decided to come and settle in while you and Jammingway handled the hippos, and I'm so glad we did. The carrot juice is simply divine. Talkingway and Inventingway are off taking in the sights, but they'll be back in time for the race. These rabbits are doing a funny dance. I feel like this funny dance might be extremely relevant in our near future. I just have this hunch, based on reading patch notes and knowing what rewards for this type of quest have been in the past. Your return is most welcome. However, one managerial lifeform remains conspicuously absent. They're doing their best. Understood. This unit will initiate idling protocols until Jammingway arrives. Carrot-based refreshments have already been distributed to the newcome lifeforms. And such refreshing refreshments they were! Furthermore, as your sensory organs will have detected, the usual customers have vacated the premises. This unit will now convey additional context. Once upon a time code. Whoops. So, to sum up, we no longer need to worry for lack of patrons. In fact, the last dregs being empty is quite inconceivable. Great timing. Sucro! Oh, oh, thank the sisters. Wasn't sure we'd make it, especially after that experimental aetheryte. Oh no, not that again. Nod. Welcome to space. Oi, where are our customers? You had one job, you buttons for brains. Elevated body temperature detected in nagging lifeform. This unit recommends swift consumption of chilled liquids. As for the customers, they have temporarily ceased their consumption of fine cafe pet fare to prepare for the upcoming race. That makes sense. All of them seem pretty interested. The Corellians procured a transport vessel with the assistance of Stigma 4. Presently, the global citizens and freedom fighters are conducting a joint test drive. Oh, it's a race for everybody. Meanwhile, the Grebulovs expressed a long-standing desire to float about within the Mu Missive, which were eagerly volunteered by their air caretakers to serve as steeds. This unit's ethical algorithms are still processing. The dragons, too, intend to participate. Soaring through Elysian's mountains has revived their passion for flight, and they have expressed a desire to see more of Ultima Thule from above. Unexpected, but I'll take it. So long as our patrons reach happiness, the means by which they travel matters not. This unit agrees and hopes that all patrons will be replete with joy upon their inevitable defeat by the superior Omicron vehicle. Artillery may be involved. Hey, hold it. This ain't Mario Kart. Cool your jets. Artillery? Artillery is no match for Akala. I dodge! simply dodge it. Okay. This is shaping up to be a gauntlet fiercer than Bottom's metal. This unit also invited the Nibiran to share the singular experience of losing to the Omicrons, but their registration remains pending. Nevertheless, they have conceded to observe the other civilizations' preparations. We'll have to hope that the overall excitement sweeps them up eventually. For now, we have our own preparations to attend to. On that note, this unit recalls that the inventing lifeform wished to speak with Sucro regarding said preparations. Reports of critical levels of static electricity indicate the likely presence of this ally at base Omicron. Nod. Now this unit must return to supervising Stigma 4's production of racetrack features, engaging enthusiasm protocols. I wish that they said we. Later we race. For now we lunch. Odd spot. I keep odd spot for a restaurant, but I don't reckon delivery to Thabned be suitable in the long run. I don't reckon delivery to Thabned be suitable in the long run, but we should bring some grub back for Maru at least. This'll be our best broadcast yet. I can feel it. There are at least 2 carbuncles nearby. This will improve the quality of the broadcast. Grandmother always said that naught reveals more about a people than their food, and these dishes certainly look educational. Which would Rakashir like most, I wonder? I don't remember who that is. Sorry. Here I go. Apparently, I've decided to not use the shortcut features. Several people are earning an achievement for doing this questline, including one whose name appears to be, based on my ability to guess what a name that it is half abbreviated is. One of the people who got the achievement appears to be Bilbo Baggins himself. So congratulations to Bilbo Baggins on his achievement. Ah, just the person of Aetheris I was hoping to see. As our Omicron friend doubtless relayed to you, this race is no longer a mere spectator sport. I don't remember my Inventing Way voice either. The people of Ultima Thule will be bringing the best their civilizations have to offer, and they mean to win. Should the Arcosodra then be left to defend Aetheris' honor all on their own? Nay, says I. Mother put her faith in the myriad peoples of the star for a reason. Fortunately, we brought a number of moonhoppers to help prepare for the hustle. With a little help from good old Inventing Way, there's no reason that one can't haul you to victory. What? A race could be fun. And the moment of our triumph will soon be upon us. I've already taken the liberty of altering this moonhopper. Dazzle your competition with the hyper hop step, or press the big boost button to outstrip them with ease. Actually, why not do both? Wait, is there gonna be like an actual minigame here or something? Do mind your power reserves though. Even with my prodigious skill, there are only so many batteries I can shove into this chassis. So, the Hippo Race finale also has you giving instructions through a multiple choice thing, and I wonder if this is gonna be the same? Or like an actual racing game, which would be very funny. Now hop along and tell N7000 to add one more entrant to the roster. I'll catch up once I've discovered where this final screw belongs. Safety features? What could we possibly need those for? As long as none of these ways say anything about adding a battle pass system to this racing game, I think we'll be okay. If they do, they'll probably re-release it later with all the content included and pretend the first version never happened. Jamming Way asked for my help at the starting line, me being an expert in all. Expert at what exactly? First I have eaten, now victory awaits! This is gonna be one queer hustle. Was Inventing Way annoying the Omicrons? Perhaps we can learn from his methods. It's been a while since the game randomly used the word queer to mean its original meaning. It's still a little bit funny every time that happens. Race preparations continue in accordance with projections. Did the inventing life form raise any matters of note? Nod. I'm gonna be in the race. You'll be joining the fray? How thrilling! Entrant registered. This unit will now provide supplementary information regarding the course. Nod. Please direct your orbs toward this geographical data display. Please direct your orbs. Well, there's boost rings that you have to fly through. The race will begin at the starship Ragnarok in Ostracon Deca Octo. Once Jammingway and Ogle signal the commencement of hostilities, competitors may proceed across Rayatara toward Ostracon Tria. Passage through the checkpoint rings is mandatory. Those rings look rather lofty. How are the hippo carts to get through? In Ultima Thule, emotions become reality. You only need believe to make your hippos fly. Did you just call me an ultimate fool? Cause I'd have to be to believe something like that. I keep defaulting to adding British to these accents because of how most of the characters in the game have British in their accent a little bit. As if it were an ingredient, question mark? I don't know the differences between individual accents from that region, so they all just become British, I guess. We're him. Once in Ostracon Tria, racers will enter the artillery zone, which extends from the periphery of the Ostracon to the abode of the Aya. This exciting enhancement is sponsored by the Alphatron civilization. Wait, you were serious about the artillery? What if my Saria gets hit? Out of concern for the curiously smooth four-legged lifeform, Stigma 4 is presently manufacturing non-lethal cannons. Encountering these painless projectiles will result in no more than explosive removal from the course. That still sounds painful. Those who remain unblasted should continue to Ostracon Decahexi and proceed through base Omicron. Then it is merely a matter of reaching the finish line located at the last dregs. I win! Then I feast on tiny desserts! Hey, talking a lot after not streaming for a bit is also difficult. Anyway, note that in accordance with Omicron contest protocols, there are no restrictions on contrivances mechanical, magical, or maniacal during the race. That's a pretty good sentence. This concludes the briefing. Well, at least I packed my rainbow ghoul. Zarya should be happy to run for it, no matter where she is. That was a trick used for the final boost to the finish in Hippo Racing. You brought Kulo? Why do you not share? Sharing is caring. We've been through this, Akala. Your hippo's never shown a lick of interest. You just like throwing things. Throwing things is pretty fun. Go ahead and make your preparations. I need to make sure that N7000 isn't understating the firepower of those cannons. Once that's taken care of, I'll retrieve your Moonhopper and meet you at the Ragnarok. Ogle is excited. Nod. Sucro is going to play Diddy Kong Racing. Allied units' participation is unexpected. Recalculating advisability of free-for-all. Grab your most durable headgear and wait for me by the Ragnarok. I got these glasses. Do you have any different advice for Viera customers? Just wondering. Hrothgar? They don't know what headgear is most of the time. They can't wear it. Well, they know what it is, they just can't wear it. I also called it Mario Kart, I think. But I was thinking Diddy Kong Racing because of the plane aspects. Because I was thinking of what the flying Moonhopper looks like. Once you work out what your hippo likes, you can throw some of that instead. But I like rainbow colors. Well, there's going to be a lot of rainbows, so I guess in some ways it's going to be a bit of a queer hustle. I should probably... Also, there's non-binary and Arrow Ace people participating. Because some of the rabbits are non-binary and Sucro's the other thing that I said. Arrow Ace. So I was thinking of Diddy Kong Racing a bit more because this is closer to like a Diddy Kong Racing plane type of situation. Slightly. Also, there are boost rings in that you fly through. But these are checkpoint rings. It's different. God, if there were like a Mario Kart remix of this theme that started playing, like a remix of this with a Mario Kart energy to it, that would be very funny. Kart in the distance, yeah, something like that. Starting line. Upon commencing the race, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It's recommended you set aside sufficient time. Alright. There's a corgi here too. I think I'll just jump right in instead of doing the usual stepping away when I get that warning. Because it's a funny race. It's not the same as a dramatic instance. Many people are watching and broadcasting. Test, test, people of Aetheris, are you there? We are your hosts, Talking Way and Dreaming Way, coming to you live from the very edge of the universe. Here among the stars, the Hyper Hustle is about to begin. This contest for the ages will see competitors race across a land as barren as it is beautiful, vying to be the first to cross the finish line. Sucro, you might want to, like, jump onto the vehicle. You won't want to miss a moment of this, folks. Now let's introduce our racers. What? Hauled by the speedy Saurias, a courier as fast as she is reliable, all the way from Thabner, it's Turna the Hippo Rider! God, this is great. Next, Agashasura is fearsome on the track as he is fearless on the battlefield. Honed in the fires of the hottest hippo hustle, Ayakala. Let's hope that Peacekeeper's less peaceful functions are disabled. What? Oh God, that's the Peacekeeper, oh no. Hailing from Corellin, a team of once bitter enemies turned fast friends, the Citizens of Freedom. Nod. Our next entrant may look more frolicsome than furious, but pass them at your peril. Supported by the ever so darling Mew Misiv, it's the electrifying Grebulov X. Isn't there like a... There's a Mysterious Hero X or something in Chocobo's Mystery Dungeon, and maybe the Chocobo Racing game? Or something like that. Wiggling! This mean, clean, speeding machine is ready to put the Alpha back in Alphatron civilization. Say hello to the lethal Lambda unit V1C70RY. Victory. Oh, Racer X from Speed Racer. Okay, that also makes sense. See, I'm just thinking Chocobo Racing instead. Dragon. But lo, what wisdom rides the winds of Elysian and fair peaks once forgot? The dragon star has joined the fray. Last but not least, a sword in the darkness, a beacon of hope, the champion of Eorzea. Friends across the universe, we present the one and only Harrier of Light. Harrier? Gotta go fast. I'm always saying this. What's this? Nibiran Challenger? Are they supposed to be there? I thought the Harrier was our last participant. You made it! Did you prepare a vehicle? We can lend you a moonhopper if you'd like. That will not be necessary. I think I knew about this beforehand because I think this was like a detail shared at some point that I learned about. Gasp! It's also the final boss of the Dead Ends. What in the name of the mug swapping Murga? Sorry is a good girl, but she ain't no divinity. How's a normal hippo meant to compete with that? Like I said, you and your hippo need only let your competitive spirits burn bright. Where there's a will, there's a way, quite literally. I suppose I'll toss some gulal and hope for the best. Hippo. Nod. Racers, are you ready? Nod. Sucrose dismounted again for some reason. Ah, the camera orb is here. We have invented streaming. Our racers have assembled at the starting line. Who will surpass the rest to emerge triumphant? Okay, Sucrose is now correctly going to drive a vehicle. On your mark, get set, go! Someone, I think Rala got a boost start there. Of course. And they're off, with the Nibiran god Rala taking the lead. This is fantastic. Sucrose in second place. Aha! What's this? Oh no, they spun out. Ah, the items have come into play. Sweet mother, a juicy jolt from the Mew Mesa has sent the Lambda unit tumbling. Does this spell defeat for victory? The other competitors race on. They're now entering the next area in the field of automated artillery. Automatically advancing text boxes, by the way. Sucro, you have to stay in last place so you can get the good items. Nod. Sucro's just real casual about all this. Citizens of Freedom are going in. We've received a transmission from the Peacekeeper. This is not compared to the carnage on Corellin. Yeah, you heard it here, folks. Oh no! And the Peacekeeper is down by double cannon blast! How fortunate that the Corellians wear helmets! Tossed. Ugh. Akala, no! Akala's cart is enveloped in a cloud of gulal. A ploy to distract competing hippos, perhaps? Or did he fall prey to rainbow temptation? However, this hippo loves rainbow. Speed up. Whatever the case, it's only made Turner the hippo rider's cart fly all the faster. She's overtaken the Hurrier of Light for second place. I'm mixing up the voices. They're also mixing up the voices. It's fine. It's canon. Sucro's here. What? To claim victory, you must overtake both Turner's hippo cart and the Nibiran's Rala. Flash. This is like a dramatic flashback sequence. Like this is some sort of anime climax or something. I've already taken the liberty of altering this moonhopper. Dazzle your competition with a hyper hop step. Or press the big boost button to outstrip them with ease. Actually, why not do both? Do mind your power reserves, though. Even with my prodigious skill, there are only so many batteries I can shove into this chassis. I remember reading that text box. Mash the boost button until you surpass both racers. Use boost to overtake the hippo cart, then distract Rala with the hyper hop step. Grab Saria's attention with the hyper hop step, then boost yourself past Rala. Okay, so I have two options. Dodge the claw. No, I'll go with the third one. Nod in time stop. I figured this would probably distract the hippo more. Whereas Rala wouldn't, like, care. Completely... The hippo is halted, overwhelmed by the euphony of my song, no doubt. And the Hurrier of Light has taken second place to cries of "This ain't over, Sucro" from Turdo the Hippo Rider. See, Rala wouldn't be distracted, so I gotta use the boost here. Clearly. Assuming I have the battery power for this. You got boost power, Sucro! This is it, folks, the final stretch. The Hurrier of Light is pushed to the moon, opera at hair-raising speeds, but something happened. Words. Rala is still one leap ahead. Who will emerge victorious? Mashing boost would probably do that, yeah. They're neck and neck, or the closest to that they can be. The heartbeat. The classic situation of two people. We have word from N7000 at the finish line. The winner of the Hyper Hustle is... Yeah, Sucro! She did it! The Hurrier of Light by a nose! Presumably you can lose. But maybe you can't, I don't know. But as long as everyone had fun, we're all winners. All right, I haven't been taking any screenshots or anything. We do not understand. I used boost power. Our chosen form was suitable, our performance flawless, yet victory was not ours to claim. It has been long since we've experienced this quickening of the pulse. This vexation. That's racing for you. Just when you think you got it, some grinning idiot comes shooting past to take the gold. And sometimes you get to be that grinning idiot. That's the thrill of it. You never know if it'll go your way. You just race with all you got. That you're upset to have lost can only mean one thing. You want to win next time. That's a dream worth chasing. Trust me, I'm an expert. We do feel a yearning to race once more, a desire to triumph. Happy to leave you in the dust anytime, or it looks like my hopper's gonna need more batteries. Guess I'm gonna need more batteries then. This is well. We will engage with the other patrons of this establishment to develop a superior stratagem. That just seemed like the logical option that would win, so it looks like we all had the same thought process, or a similar one that led us to all picking that. Dynamis readings indicate a positive effect on the local environment. In accordance with Jammingway's aspirations, the Last Dregs has become an ever greater source of hope. Despite the significant expense, extensive property damage, and crushing defeat incurred, this unit rates the Hyper Hustle as worth it. That's true. It did seem like a clear choice to me. And now everybody does a funny dance for no reason. I was more right than I thought. I think this is quite a dance that is in the video game now. You are as formidable on the track as on the battlefield. I shall do my best to learn from your example. Congratulations on your victory, Sucro, though in truth I'm just relieved that everyone survived. Do you think we could fit a racetrack in Hooper's Hold? Not necessarily in Hooper's Hold, but absolutely in the entire region. This Grebuloff just loves fish. Ingredients may be submitted for processing. Right. As do all individuals, we seek only to be part of something more. Yet we have come to consider that it is not perfect understanding we require, merely the shared experience of a pleasant meal. Betrayed by Rainbow Ghoulal. Next time I follow Turner's advice, I learn my hippo's favorite things. Mayhap one day fate shall see fit to reunite me with my faraway kin. The dragon can but dream. What did I tell you? The very universe is in the palm of my paw. I never thought you could be so tricky. Still, I'm glad we got to ride together. Let's do it again sometime. I can't say what's more unbelievable, that I'm gardening with the enemy or that I quite enjoy it. Okay, some of these are like NPCs that were here before. Congratulations, Allied Unit Sucro. This unit has already requested the manufacture of an Omega unit to be cultivated into a worthy competitor via racing trials. Please anticipate your defeat. Only rude intruders will be eliminated. That's good. To think you did all that on a Loporrit-built craft. I'm delighted that we could play some small part in your triumph. And I'm even more delighted that the Niberian have finally found something to work towards. Still, I'll be glad to resume our usual service. Maybe make myself a nice carrot coffee while I'm behind the counter. This quest was a bit longer than I thought it would be. I don't know how long the entire Tataru series of quests is either, but we'll see how far we get. You were right, I admit it. I had a great time racing, even if I didn't understand half of what was going on. But as fun as it was, I need to be getting on home to Thavnir. Don't want to leave the hippo riders alone for too long, lest some hams ahead start getting restless. We finished packing up the broadcasting equipment, so we'll be headed back to the Dreaming Workshops ourselves. Dreaming Workshop. I don't know a lot about 15. Makes sense that Omega's in there too, though. Omega's in a lot of places. So soon? It'll feel so empty out here in the cosmic void without you. Affirmative. But did we not have one more objective to complete before the other organic life forms depart? Objective? Funny dance number? Oh, I nearly forgot! Talking way, inventing way, help me lift this. 1, 2, hop. Questioning head tilt? Sound of stone being moved in video game .wave? Ah. It's a trophy. For me. It's for you, Sucro. Trophy befitting the victor of the Hyper Hustle. This seems like a good screenshot. So 3 or 4 hours, judging by the amount of time spent so far. That's about what I expected. As you can see, it was designed in the image of the last dregs, the Hippo Riders, and also the Dreaming Ways. That reminds me, we brought a few commemorative gifts as well. Talking Way, Inventing Way, help me lift these. 1, 2, hurrah! Stone pushed Dotwave. More radios. I'm glad they did the exact same thing. Also, the key item musical jingle is so rare in this game. I've just realized that they're using it. The only other time I've heard that is in like the Anima and Relic questline. Maybe the Relic one? Definitely the Anima one. One for the last dregs and one for Svarna. You have an eatery there too, I hear. Nod. And I hope you'll let us keep you company at mealtimes. Whether it's weather advisories, hopping music, or simply a friendly voice you need, Hope FM is here for you. So this is a radio contraption too. Has bigger ears than the other one I saw, but I'll be sure to listen with the crew. I was just thinking we should get one of these. Our patrons are going to love it. Projections anticipate increased customer satisfaction in the ambience category. I love the dancing rabbits in the back of every scene. The dancing ways, I should say, perhaps. Thank you, Sucro. We wouldn't be here if you hadn't brought us together. I think I speak for everyone when I say that this day will shine like a newborn star in our memories. I hope you feel the same. Nod. Enthusiastic gesture. Bow. Various Bunui actions. Omicron head scratch. Just don't let it eclipse the possibility of more unforgettable days to come. After all, look across the sea, up at the moon, past the distant stars, and you'll find us waiting for you. Nod. Trophy. Oh, you actually get the trophy too. A trophy that represents the power of teamwork, friendly competition, shared cuisine, hope, dreams, purpose, and batteries. You can sell it for 1,000 gold if you're terrible. It says restricted. 1,000 gil, rather. What do you mean restricted selling price? The Lop-Hop, an illustrated manual of the various steps that comprise the Lop-Hop, the Loporith's irrepressibly jolly dance. I knew I was gonna get the quite a dance, because I saw the new emotes added part of the patch notes. I did not know I was gonna get a trophy. Reputation up. Your reputation has increased to Allied. Oh, I didn't know it did that. That makes sense, though. Through your efforts, your allies from Aetheris to the stars beyond have forged bonds of friendship that promise to remain strong through the years. You are truly a hero to tribes throughout the universe. Space Race. No title for this, but 20 achievement points. Yay! We did it. There's no changes to Elysian, right? I think it'd be fun if there was like a final change to it. So there's probably nothing. Looks about the same. I'm gonna... Sucro is not going... Sucro will only do this dance in the privacy of her apartment. New Sucro lore unlocked. Easily embarrassed by dancing in public. Potentially. But also, importantly... This hourglass is always the first thing I put away when I need to place another furniture for any other reason. So, it'll now actually just be replaced. That's a big trophy. Perfect. This music is not suitable for dancing. Do I have... Well, definitely not this one. Now, where would they put the roles from tribe quests? I feel like I have the Hoper's Hold dance music somewhere. Probably, but I don't know the name of it. I don't know what category that counts as. It's not Fall Guys, though. Maybe I don't have it? I have that. I have that. Is this anything? Now this is music to dance to. This is very silly. Wait, hold on. First of all, this is very silly. But secondly, they just put the caramel dancing in this game stealthily. That's what they did here. I can't believe this. You can't do that. And also this is very, very cute, so there's that too. Can't believe the caramel dancing dance is in this game. Sucro can now do a meme. And also make funny faces. Okay, enough dancing. The time for brute justice dancing is over. Now I have to find what I was using before. I think it's seasonal, actually. Yeah, there it is. Anyway. Now is a good time to be right back, I think. We've seen a funny race. We won the funny race. We got a trophy and everything. Sucro did a dance that included a meme in it. And now it's time for Ghost to prank and make me manually input the poll, probably. Right, I have to flip the coin. It's been a bit. Flip coin. But not that one. That one's a lying coin. That's a coin that lies. Was it this one? It was this one. All right. I do still have to manually put it in. That's fair. I should just do that before this next time. Hello, welcome. And congratulations to those who won, and condolences to those who did not win. The outcome was that. I have to do this manually now. I'm still reeling from the fact that this new dance has the caramel dancing in it. Stepping away from the keyboard did not make me stop reeling. I'm reeling so much right now. It's always 40K. That's good to know. Give me one moment and we'll be back. I've decided this is a good time to test out various anti-pain measures by equipping myself with both compression sleeves and compression gloves at the same time. My power level will increase to an absurd degree. If not by equipping these, by removing them later in a dramatic fight scene to take off my limiters. Hello. I am back, and Sucro is here too. She's also back. I need to observe the fact that the caramel dancing is in this dance one more time. Because it's a lot to think about. Where is it? There it is. I don't have any favorites. It's fine. First of all, the dance is very silly, in case you missed it. There it is! You can't fool me! And also, that's very good too. I know a meme when I see it. Anyway. The next thing on the list. We have now completed the Endwalker Tribal Alliance quest and obtained a trophy in the dance. Oh, and the trophy is over here. Yeah, they made it extreme. It's a very silly dance for sure. Which seems like appropriate in tone for the collection of characters involved in the quest. I just cracked all my knuckles on the microphone, sorry. That wasn't even my knuckles, it was the other joints in my fingers. But you know, point stands. So, next in the list, Tataru's Grand Endeavor, which is now completable. And may take around 4 hours. I don't know if I'll do all of it today, but someone is wearing Dragoon armor, so that means nothing. There it is, it's over there. That means nothing with regard to whether or not I will complete it. There's another person doing the dance. Already we have people away from their keyboards dancing away with the newest dance craze to hit the star and beyond. Small business, big dreams. Najina seems inordinately eager to speak with you. I only know a little bit about what to expect from these. I only know that these serve, at least in part, as epilogues to previous side content. And I know this by accident, as usual. Sucrofunk, welcome, welcome. I am Megina, assistant shopkeep and apprentice seamstress here at Tataru Taru's boutique. I doubt you remember my face, as I am merely one of many who owe you our lives, but you will always have my gratitude for saving me that day on the Eblan Rhyme. Smile and nod. You are too kind. And while I hate to ask aught more of you, please say that you're here to assist in Mistress Tataru's new endeavor. Is it a grand one? I've heard about the grandness of this endeavor. Questioning head tilt? Not yet, but she soon shall be. Whatever would we do without your penchant for turning up precisely when you're needed, eh? Now, to make the long story of our solvency short, we've secured the resources to procure the new designs I developed in cooperation with guilds near and far, and in sufficient quantity to meet rising demand. We cannot rest on our laurels, however. To serve passing adventurers and the occasional intrepid Charlian is all well and good, but we're hardly taking the world by storm. No. Much like yourself, we must ever look to new horizons. The Scions proved that cooperation on a star-wide scale is possible, and we would be fools not to capitalize on that to build the grandest trade network in the history of Hydaelyn. All for the greater good, of course. Yes, this is a wonderful opportunity to bring people together. I often think back to that incredible moment when the Garlean army came to our rescue. Perhaps our efforts too will one day lead to a miracle like that which took place on the Eblan Rhyme. Nod. I have no doubt that they shall, but we must expect such alliances to form themselves. We must be proactive, and who better to woo our future partners in commerce than our current #1 customer, you. Gasp. Our erstwhile comrades in arms know that when it comes to good equipment and better ideas, few have such keen eyes as our adventurer extraordinaire. Even should they hesitate at first, I'm certain you can convince them using the samples I've prepared. Well, I see that my mind is made up, or if you'll cover my etherite expenses. I got tickets, it's fine. Well, I guess you made up my mind for me, huh? Leave it to me. But of course, with your assistance, we'll have both coin and goodwill flowing in no time. Everything is falling into place. Where shall we send Sucro first? Don't you worry, I have it all planned out. First, Lim-Salominsa. Sicard has the bloody executioners working harder than ever, so he's sure to appreciate any extra supplies. Next, Gridania. The Seed Seers are a source of trusted authority and insight into the Shroud, so we not go amiss in cultivating the investment of, say, Arun Senna. I hear tell that he has some interest in affairs abroad, so the novelty of our samples may persuade him to our side. I see, we're first starting with the epilogue of what happened to all the people who helped us out in the main story of Endwalker. As for Ul'dah, I feel confident in pinning our hopes on Pippin. He's always been a stalwart ally, and it goes without saying that he has more than a little sway in the Sultanate. Between his involvement with the Imperial Flames, the Syndicate, and the Colosseum, he's bound to find a use for quality accoutrements. I don't know why I said it that weird. With that out of the way, Megina, would you do the honors? Nod. Never let it be said that Tataru Taru is stingy with her samples. Now, if you make your way to Limsa and climb aboard the Astalicia, I'm certain someone will point you in Sicard's direction. Nod. I have my own avenues of inquiry to attend to, but I'll check in periodically to see how your journey is coming along. Let's get to it. Enthusiasm for commerce! I guess. Sucro is dressed like she's going to do business, so maybe this makes sense. As Mistress Tataru says, trust is the foundation of a stable business, and we trust in you. Aetheryte expenses are no joke. It's a good thing I have 60 tickets. 59 tickets, rather. That dance is old news. Get out of here. You and your bee's knees. Oi. Funny Rabbit Dance is where it's at now. Get with the times. I forgot that this boat was just over here. No entry. Well, guess it's time to go home. I still think it's funny how no entry is the most easily readable sign that is in the Eorzean alphabet in the entire game. At least for me. Maybe it's just because it's so commonplace that I recognize it. I don't know. Oh, there's more over here. I don't know how to navigate a boat. You don't farm on a boat? That's nonsense. Who are you? Some random gladiator lady that I've never seen before, I guess. No entry without authorization. Emergency in Sector 3. And other hits from the Metroid Fusion PA system. Aye, I recognize you. What do you want? It's business time. Long as it's not about another bloody apocalypse, I don't see why not. Wait here. I don't think there's an apocalypse. Unless there's gonna be a business apocalypse. But that's like different. Well, bugger me! I wonder if anyone's gonna reference the fact that they've seen my cool island. Oh, we've seen the last of you for a while. What brings you aboard? Your crew seems busy, or can I interest you in some fine garb today? It's business time. I've been recruited for business. Your sales pitch needs some work, but I see what you're getting at. You're already traveling halfway across the world every half moon. May as well earn a little extra for our trouble, eh? Ah, right. I did say I would do that. So, the Island Sanctuary has had quests where people visit, and I haven't shown any of those on camera. But I did the last one that they added in this patch today. And the visitor was Euless and the Garleans. And they had a good bit of dialogue that I would like to share. It's strange, you know, says Euless, to be here now like this after so much has happened. First, the death of Emperor Solus, then Emperor Varus was assassinated. Life as we knew it was pushed straight into the abyss. How blind we were and how heavy a price we paid for it. In our ignorance, we fed the fires of conflict that gave rise to anima and lost everything we held dear. Our friends, our families. The Osabard contingent arrived in the midst of that chaos to save us from ourselves, but the damage was already done. Countless were tempered that night, myself included. Yet that wasn't the end. You and your allies found a cure and roused us from that waking nightmare. Into another. Scorching sky, our star being ravaged by the final days. What was left after such calamity? A mountain of problems heaped like the rubble of our capital. We didn't even know where to start picking up the pieces. And then along came Alphinaud and Alize, the Hunnish satrap. And Zero, of course. She came, befriended us, and then left as suddenly as she arrived. That's how life is, isn't it? One unpredictable thing after the next, time passing in an inexorable flow. And it's through the ups and downs of each passing day that I finally realized something. Honestly, it's so obvious I could laugh. Every beginning has an end. We are destined to experience loss, all of us. Yet, It's the culmination of these endings that builds a future. And I just thought that was a good speech. Other visitors on the island were generally less profound, but it was cool to see, like, there was like Sicard here was one of them, and Amana Lane. And also Moonbreeda's parents went. And maybe some other people I forgot. But yeah. That last bit of it is pretty emotional. I really like the last two lines too. Those are some pretty good lines. And also it's relevant to Final Fantasy XIV. Oh, right. Right. Seydu and Serena went to the island to look at how cool the sheep were. And they were like, cool sheep. And then they left. Basically. Magnai was not present, and you did have the option to ask about where he was, but I didn't take it because well, we all know what Magnai is doing at any given moment. Getting dunked on, that's right. Anyway. What I actually meant when I said that was looking for a Nama, which does result in getting dunked on. Anyway. Yeah, that sounds about like what I would expect. You know, there was a time I thought Pyrodin was the whole world. Yep, I was there. That being the best of them all meant something. Going to Ilsabad made me see how small my world was compared to the real one. Standing next to the star's finest, I started to wonder what I had to brag about. Then the bloody executioners went and did me proud by bringing in a bigger god's damn hole of adamantite than anyone else in the realm. Between that and the new metalworks we've got going with the kobolds, the Sahagin looking to export their own wares, seemed like the right time for the executioners to change our sails, so to speak. Which is all to say that if you got wares for promoting, I'd be happy to show 'em off across the realm and beyond. Masterworks from Tataru Taru's boutique, guaranteed by the warrior light herself. Almost seems a waste to wear 'em. Folk be lining up at the docks for these. Literally, seeing as old Charlian's only accessible by sea. Have we got ourselves an exclusive shipping contract? Gasp. Nefarious grin. Aye, I see the course clear as day. Now we just need a Madeleine on board. He's right useless when there's work to be done, but Doc's another matter. He still owes me for keeping his sorry arse out of trouble, so have him put me in touch with a few savvy salesman types on the continent. You know, I'd be surprised if we didn't run into Seydu and Serena during this questline, given that we're already talking to Sicard and Amana Lane, which is like the other dynamic duo of side characters, I guess. As in a duo that has a dynamic. Tell Tataru I look forward to setting sail on this new tide of hers. May the winds a change guide us aright. Wave goodbye. Phone call. Sucro, it's me. How goes our little venture thus far? Pirates cooperation secured. Oh, Sicard's eyeing the shipping routes, is he? All according to plan. But our work has only just begun. I'll keep after my own contacts while you work on Arun. I hear he's not often in the city, but I don't doubt that Mother Mion can sniff him out. Alrighty. I hope I get a fun prize for all this. Oh, you're a blue mage. Took me a second to recognize the weapon type that person had. I think Blue Mage is the only job that has a cane that they sheath on their hip, which is a specific set of words to say about Blue Mage that is true, but is not really at all a highlight of the job. It's just kind of an incidental fact. Still need to do the blue mage stuff at some point, probably. See, I went into an inn, and my instinct when I do that is to immediately talk to the innkeeper, but no, I'm here to talk to somebody else. She's busy playing cards right now, in one reality. Why, if it isn't Sucro, struck with a sudden craving for eel pie, were you? Or is it information you fancy? Looking for Arun for business. Oh yes, word of our Seedseer's comings and goings never fails to reach my ears. I'm told that ever since he returned from his foray to Ilsabard, he's been roaming back and forth between our neighboring tribes' settlements and the Lotus Stand. You'll miss him if you make for one or the other, like as not, so I suggest you waylay him at the Blue Badger Gate. You got it. Musasai is still here. Remember when Sucro was a samurai for a bit? That was a while ago. As long as they don't continue the samurai quest, Musasai will not dramatically get killed. I think that happens. Spoilers? Anyway. Time to wait. Oh. Curious. I don't remember your voice. Ah, the children are here. Sucro has been spotted by children. They have flower crowns. Was that part of the merchandise? Might I ask why you're loitering at the gates, Sucro? And with such an enormous sack? It's business time. Sucro completely loses her accent when she says the phrase business time. I admit you've piqued my interest. To integrate the tradition and ingenuity of guilds throughout Eorzea in such a fashion is no small feat. As it happens, I'm of the mind to do something similar myself, assuming I secure the other Seedseer's approval. I think you had a surprisingly deep voice, so I guess I'm going for a slightly deep voice. You're doubtless aware that historically Gridania has placed the peace of the Twelveswood in our covenant with the elementals above all else, often to the detriment of our relationship with other peoples. Possibly to the detriment of your relationship with your own peoples, too. Just not saying that aloud, but you know. Yet, much as we are... Does Waddle Doo in the Kirby anime have a surprisingly deep voice? That's great. That's great news. I didn't know this. Yet much as we are one with the Shroud, are we not also part of the Star Entire? Our ventures in Garlemald made plain the strength of a world united. This attire you carry demonstrates much the same truth. Well, you did the sales pitch for me. Good job. Ah, but perhaps you assumed you'd need to talk me around to the idea. So I apologize for the disappointment. Is any comfort, I'm nearly as surprised myself. No longer am I content to hear the words of the elementals alone. I wish to know the voices of men. Though our time in Garlemald has shown me that my ability to listen is average at best. Waddle Doo's kinda Hotel Mario? I can see it. For some reason, that makes sense to imagine. These horns may mark me as gifted in the Twelveswood, but beyond they inspire neither fear nor awe. I've been mistaken several times for a Zayla, and may as well be one, for all the difference my status as Seedseer makes to those who want for succor. Now hold on oh wait. Your horns are dark. See, here I was forgetting how Pajal worked and thinking that your head ornaments were your horns, and I was like, but wait, those are closer to like Rhine ones. But no. Also, you can have an Al Ra that has both light and dark horns at the same time because of horns being attached to hairstyles in some cases. So, you know. Yet 'twas this self-same insignificance that allowed me, for the first time in my life, to truly feel part of a greater whole. I am but one life among myriads upon the star. I dare say I should behave accordingly. Smile. Good job getting character development, Arun. Yay! With luck, my elder sister shall agree. Tell Mistress Tataru that her gift is accepted with gratitude, and she ought to hear from us soon. Nod. Guess who? Did you speak with Arun yet? Sure did. He had character development. That sounds promising. I'm beginning to understand what makes our Seedseer friend tick. But we can discuss that later. You need to catch Pippin ere his duties take him from Ul'dah once more. I believe he spends much of his time at the Colosseum, so perhaps you should pay a visit to the Gold Court. I'll be awaiting your full report at the boutique. See, the only voices that I can remember from the Kirby anime, not having watched much of it myself, would be DDD and Meta Knight as the main two. I gotta get a monster to climb it at there, Kirby, or whatever. I can't do that one. That one is vaguely Hotel Mario to my mind. Hey Luigi, I gotta get a monster to climb it at there, Bowser. That's not how we work, Mario. It's not the Luigi voice. It's like vaguely the Super Show one. I hope she made lots of spaghetti. Anyway. Just thinking about Mario. I see, Marshal Tarpon is currently engaged in another meeting, but I shall tell him that Captain Funk awaits his convenience. I forgot I'm a captain. You ever forget that you have a military rank? I don't, because I don't have one. My apologies for keeping you waiting. I did not expect you here this morning. It's business time. It's business time. Tataru is offering quality material, is she? Nod. I can hardly say no to that. Fits almost too perfectly with my plans for the flames. I've long striven for mastery of the blade. I required the trials of Ilsabard, however, to truly see Tizona for what it is. It's a really cool sword. The fire that warms the coldest night, the spark that ignites a blaze of hope, and most of all, an unbreakable testament to Father's faith in me. More ally than tool, it is a treasure beyond price. Does every soldier of the Immortal Flames not deserve allies such as this? Arms and armor to remind them of what they fight to protect, to help them stand when they might otherwise fall? Indeed, works made possible only through the ingenuity and dedication of allies across the star may be just the sort of inspiring armaments we need. I anticipate that I'll be sending along an order for custom equipment ere long. In the meantime, would you mind if I use these samples for a few trials here at the Colosseum? Nod. My thanks. We shall put them to use immediately. You know, they're all talking about across the star this and like everybody in the world that. And we haven't even seen like a large portion of the star, which we're going to be doing in the expansion. Which makes me think also that there might be Tataru's further endeavors at some point. As a child of Uldar, however, naught strikes fear into my heart like the prospect of receiving valuable goods for free. I must insist you accept something in return. I mean, we kinda are, just not, like, directly. I had been meaning to give that necklace to Tataru. Its poor condition aside, she might rather have it than not. Questioning head tilt? I have spoken with Tataru at some length about our pasts, you understand. In many ways, we are quite similar. We don't know much about Tataru's past. I don't think. Maybe we do. As you may recall, her family was bankrupted when she was very young, a consequence of her father's business failing. They were forced to put all their wealth towards paying off his debts and then some. This does sound familiar. I don't remember when it's brought up. One asset they reluctantly parted with was a necklace treasured by her mother, for which Tataru has long searched to no avail. Ah, this is a 1.0 thing? I think this was brought up at some point. It's mentioned in the Codex, right. I think I did read that one. Right, I didn't read most of the Codex, that's fine. Strangely enough, I recently discovered jewelry of the very same description amidst a store of neglected Colosseum prizes. Assuming it's the same piece, I should like to see it returned to her. It's significantly worse off for having changed hands, though, and only the sapphire centerpiece remains unlost and undamaged. She may appreciate the sentiment nevertheless, but it's difficult to say. What do you think? The memories it holds for her aren't lost or damaged. Or could it be repaired, or perhaps remade? Or perhaps reborn? Looks directly at camera. The memories it holds aren't lost or damaged. I mean, unless they are, but still. True enough. If it's to be a gift, I would prefer to at least clean it up a bit. Nod. And then Godbert breaks down the wall and goes, "Oh yeah!" Wait, no, that's the wrong "oh yeah." That's like a... Well, Godbert is now both a wrestler and the Kool-Aid Man, which is basically true already. Anyway. In that case... I'd considered asking the Goldsmiths Guild, but you ought to be able to turn the necklace into a piece that Tataru would wear, if not precisely what she remembers. Yeah, that was a Randy Savage, oh yeah. But like, honestly, Godbert is basically a combination of the Kool-Aid Man and Randy Savage. Basically. Probably. Maybe. Some other wrestlers also. I imagine you'll have the opportunity to pick up gems and other suitable materials on your travels. From there, it's merely a matter of unifying the pieces. Are you willing? Determined, and nod. I'm a carpenter. I can make a gold necklace. No problem. I don't know why I had a Brooklyn accent there for a second. This is what Sucrose sounds like now. Not really, though. Then I'll have the sapphire removed from its setting and sent to the boutique with all haste. I doubt even Tataru would dare open a private package addressed to you. Best of luck in finding matching materials, and in your mercantile endeavors, of course. May the traders guide you to fortune fair. I seriously notice every single time anyone mentions any of the 12, like, way more prominently now that the 12 are gone. Oh. Wait. What? Hey. Is there, like, a fragment of sky in this room? Pi the Nun, exactly. I had my auto umbrella deployed for but a moment, and I don't know why. By the way, I don't know if I mentioned it on stream, but something that's very cool about the song In the Balance that is the fight theme of the traders in the Alliance raids is that it uses the sound of clinking coins as percussion, and that's great. It's really cool, actually. You've returned, with your bag all the lighter for having given away our samples, I hope. Speaking of which, a parcel from one Pippin Tarapin arrived not bells ago addressed to you. Could it be that our newfound partnerships are already bearing fruit? That's more specifically for me. Her mother's necklace? Well, it's for Tataru. Why, that's a wonderful idea. Please allow me to assist. I swear I won't breathe a word of this to Mistress Tataru. Nod. My main reaction to that entire raid series, at least during the actual, like, gameplay combat portions of it, was usually confusion. There was so much happening all the time. But overall, I think it was pretty neat. It was fun to interact with the 12, too. I liked it. I wonder what parts you will need. Do you know what style Mistress Tataru prefers? Well, it was part confusion and part absolute certainty that a specific guy was Oshan the Wonder in disguise the whole time, which turned out to be correct, which is pretty funny. What was his name? I forget, because I was just like, oh yeah, he's Oshan the Wonder. Immediately. Derek, that was it, I think. Yeah, Derek. Do you know what style Mistress Tataru prefers? If this necklace is to be a keepsake, why not focus on that, says a mystery person. Oh. Ah, apologies. I could not help but overhear. That's quite all right, but do please keep your voice down. What was it you were saying? It simply occurred to me that since you were gifted the sapphire so readily, our other partners in this endeavor may wish to offer up something for Mistress Tataru as well. With such gifts, you could turn the necklace into a memento of not just her past and its trials, but her present successes as well. That's perfect! That is a really nice idea. If our plans for the boutique proceed apace, we should soon have more than enough tokens from friends across the seas. What do you think, Sucro? Nod. Well, well, were you waiting for little old me? Mistress Tataru, we were just discussing the successful delivery of the samples. Yes. Good to hear. How fares dear Pippin? He's doing pretty well, I think. That one knight over there is never gonna, like, manage to stand up. I knew he'd come through, though I admit I wasn't expecting to outfit a whole host of immortal flames quite so soon. It's fine, you can use the quick crafting feature for that. You definitely have the thing that makes quality 100% in one step as a level 90 Omnicrafter, if not level 100. I suppose it goes to show that even the most hardened warriors can always learn a thing or two. And Sakard and Arun have changed as well, if your tales are of any indication. Are any indication. I imagine their personal growth bodes well for that of our network. Thank you for checking up on them. We must sort through our current commissions before deciding on who to approach next, but I know I can count on you to be ready when we are. Ready when we are. I know I can count on you to have done all the various side content through the expansions. I think. Okay, bye! I guess that was part 1. But yeah, this person, never gonna manage to stand up. Very unfortunate for them. Oh. It's not all at once. It's, or not like in a set order. It is all at once, is I guess what I was trying to say. I'm guessing that doing them in release order would be in the order presented here. So Soaring Prophets would be next. Oh, it's going to be Soaring Prophets because this is the Pirates. Knowing that this is tied into previous raids, this is the Sky Pirates, this is the Auspices, and then this is someone else. Aggressive Expansion is a less obvious name. Najina has samples that need delivering, and the anticipation of adventure strikes you like a bracing wind. It's been a while since we've seen the pirates, huh? How does Tataru know about these people? Why, hello there. Your arrival could not have been more timely. Mistress Tataru has but just left instructions for another batch of deliveries. Maybe they're vague instructions that I guess the pirates from. She sends her regards, of course. Today she's in Idyllshire for business with Rowena's House of Splendors, and tomorrow we'll no doubt find her in some other far-flung corner of the realm. You mustn't be outdone, Sucro. When Dawntrail happens, we should find out that Tataru has already been there. Like, she's just been over there doing business deals already. Like, oh yeah, I know that place. Pretty cool. New World's old news to me. Nod. This time our samples are destined for 2 organizations in Kurthus. An arrangement made possible by none other than Master Sicard. He contacted his dear friend Lord Amanalain de Fortom, who was kind enough to spread word of the boutique to his own contacts across Ishgard. It hardly took any time for the first letter of interest to reach us, and once these samples have been delivered, that interest will be piqued to a passion. Or so I have been assured. Lord Amanalain has insisted he will take care of all the particulars and bid me convey with enthusiasm that he looks forward to accompanying you on the deliveries. Nod. Now then, regarding that secret mission of ours. Nod. Ah. A gorgeous sapphire, is it not? It will make a beautiful necklace once restored. A keepsake of not only Mistress Tataru's mother, but that of her many friends and allies from across the realm. I'm confident that someone of your experience has a most discerning eye for mementos. Bring back anything you think will make a worthy addition. Smile and nod. And with that, I will leave these samples in your capable hands and eagerly await your safe return. Leave it to me. Time for Sicard and Amanalain's comedy duo hour. Maybe not directly. They're both involved. I don't know if they will both be involved at the same time. Rather than taking all of the quests now, I will do them one at a time, so I don't get confused. Some people are earning an achievement, presumably for the completion of this quest line, as it is now doable. I don't think I've ever noticed the name Frandiguar. What's up, Frandiguar? It's telling me to observe proper decorum? I've already broken that rule like a billion times in Ishgard. Especially if Dark Knight's canon, which it's not, to Sucro. Sucro definitely didn't do that part, probably. Unless someone mentions it, and then she still didn't. Hello. For some reason, I was half expecting Amanalain to get hit by a projectile or a vehicle on the way of crossing that screen there. Sucro, old girl! 'Tis good to see a rosy glow in your cheeks, considering that dreadful business with the imminent destruction of mankind and the end of times and whatnot. I waved my hand during that and whatnot, but you can't see it. Yes, indeed. Who better to distribute exquisite arms and accoutrements than a bona fide hero such as yourself? Well, I have 2 parties with simply ravenous interest in your products, dear lady. The first of whom so happens to be rather exquisite herself. My dearest Lady Lanayet. Oh yeah, her. I think she hates you, though. Be so good as to precede me to the Rose House. I shall be along promptly, of course, just as soon as I'm coiffed and powdered. Is this really relevant to the business, or is this just a mana lane? Whom he himself holds in particular esteem, to put it lightly, it says. Sincerely hoping you are not a simple accessory to his exercises in courtship. You make for the Rose House in Cloudtop, while Amanalaine finishes his obligatory primping. Maybe I should be reading these quest descriptions, because they seem like they might be silly. At the very least, they're dunking on Amanalaine. Oh god, what if Amanalaine and Magni interact? At any point? Well, Magni would probably throw him off the cliff. Or something, like instantly. Either that or they would bond instantly over their shared troubles. And then chaos would ensue. Well met, Sucro. 'Tis good to see you hale and whole. Thank you for personally making the trip. I know your obligations are many. Truth be told, your arrival could scarce have better timing. While our erstwhile troubled relations with the Vanu Vanu improved by the day, we've been forced to reconsider our current munitions due to recent incidents of... I've come, my darling Blossom. Behold Amanalaine the Executioner, here to smite your foes with ruthless ardor. He's kind of dressed like Magni, in the sense that he's wearing warrior gear. Did I, like, predict something seconds before it happened, in a sense, again? Oh no. Well, I strike a rather smashing silhouette, do I not? Why, Sicard could not have found a better man to give these samples to. Oh, right. We're delivering samples of artifact here. That makes sense. Surely such splendid armor could be put to better use than fashion, Lord Amanalaine. Could I not prevail upon your better senses to relinquish that gear to those who might appreciate its practicality? Amanalaine, oh no. They've combined. Far be it from me to deny any request of yours, Lady Lenite. Oh, I must confess that I may have slightly exaggerated Sicard's generosity in the matter of gifting these. Ah, you mean to say you borrowed them, no doubt without his knowledge or consent. And why should I have expected otherwise? Friends may forgive, but it bears repeating that your clients deserve at least a modicum of professionalism. You do have other clients, don't you? Of course I have. And of no little celebrity at that. You remember the Red Bills, of course. Gasp. My eyes. I do remember the Red Bills. And Kachi. Over there. Does Kachi get an artifact gear? Do we make a hat for the cat? The Sky Pirates, and an experienced adventurer should know them, hardly surprises me, but how does a privileged son of House Forton come to make their direct acquaintance? It was a happy coincidence of alien circumstance, I assure you. As Sucro here can attest, an unbiased range of social contacts is the essential arsenal of not just adventurers, but any gentleman of consequence, or lady of consequence, as it were. Nod. Actually true, I guess. Unbiased is all very well, but Sky Pirates are precisely the problem I was speaking of earlier, Sucro, before we were interrupted. Recently, self-proclaimed Sky Pirates have been marauding trading vessels with troubling audacity. Even the Sky Steel Manufactory has reported stolen property at the hands of these ruffians. Well, that wouldn't be the Red Bills, most likely. Troubling news indeed, though I cannot imagine fellows as amicable as our Red Bills could be responsible. Nod. Still, we should hear aught of it. I shall send word directly. Now then, Sucro, off we trot to the infamous Parak. I've been told to seek out a certain red standard upon Coldwind. How the pulse quickens. Nod. I assume this is the other crew of pirates, and by supplying the Red Bills with equipment, we will be improving their chances against dealing with the pirate shenanigans that they are not themselves responsible for. A certain subset of the shenanigans. Oh, hey, we're over here now. This looks rather promising, wouldn't you say? I leave the rest to your uncanny sense of direction, old girl. To the Parrock we go. Yeah, alright. Magni Lane. Terrifying. Howdy. It's been a while. Ketchi is here. I can say that correctly now, too. Well, well, if it ain't the very picture of health, Sucro. If you ain't the very picture of health, Sucro. Vaguely remember the voice I gave you. Saving the star from complete annihilation didn't tax you over much then, eh? Various gestures. Cat. Let me guess, it was not compared to all the bowing and scraping required of the mercantile genteel. Don't tell me this dandy is what wooed you from the life with sweet nothings of financial comfort. Leofard, my good man, you know as well as I that the only one wooing Sucro into anything is yourself. Don't think your interest in our mutual friend here escaped my notice. Your aim all along was less about armaments than it was an audience with Sucro, was it not? Not bad for a dandy. I might add me sights on a touching reunion between Sucro and myself. That's not to say I won't be needing those samples. See, I have a job that could right benefit from both your keen sense and those pieces you brought me. So long as they have the quality of what Emmanuel was showing off in the alehouses, anyway. I can count on your participation, yes? You'll be duly compensated, of course. Just name your price. Business. Parts of a necklace. For Tataru Taru herself, eh? That too. Nod. I'd have preferred something you might make use of. It's helpful for me, too. Far be it from me to dictate what a woman does with her booty. You don't have to put it that way. If that's your recompense, I'll see what I can do. Nod. Everyone else is avoiding speaking as if they had voice lines that they didn't want to have paid for. Except until now. Now that we have you on board, allow me to elaborate. It seems another band of petty thieves has been masquerading as sky pirates and harrying honest traders as of late. Nod. So you've heard of them? Aye, these so-called monstrous cockatoos don't exactly strike fear into the heart of man. They're being a right nuisance. And now they've gone and made things personal. That's quite a name. You remember the Ramil, don't you? The captain's old airship? Well, after what happened to Dunscaith, we've been commissioning the finest airship parts from across the realm for the construction of her successor. Only to have those cockabird nincompoops pillage the very Skysteel manufactory vessel that was carrying our precious cargo. Gasp. Nerve of some people, eh? Makes me mouth water. Nod. Of course, once the cockatoos realized whose property they pilfered, they flew into a panic and holed up in Idleshire after stashing the goods somewhere. This is where you and your samples come in. We want you to take Leofard and... Before you spill the rest, Stacia, let's make sure our friend here is still up for a spot of Fallon. How about it then? My mercantile genteel is at your service, or I have been craving game bird lately. I'm ready to do business, even if it's violence business. Knew I was right to call you. Those downing ducklings all know what plucked them. Quite so. With Sucro returned and our crew complete victory over these ne'er-do-wells is most certainly assured. Nod. By the by, would you have any terrible objections if I inform the Rose Knights of your designs upon these charlatans? The Knights are affiliated with House Hallionart, you see, and thus have particular interest in recovering the contents of the Skysteel vessel. I know the most capable Lady Lanite will certainly not rest until she's brought these scoundrels to justice. Can't say it's an alliance I've ever considered. As long as I get all the cockatoo I'm due, our knights most thorny are welcome to catching cage as they see fit. Splendid. Lady Lanite shall be very glad to hear it, overjoyed even. Yes, she may simply be unable to contain her unbounded delight. I must away. Not awaiting us in Idleshire but danger and subterfuge, but such
Such is more tempting to our ilk than lovely knights, eh? Let's be off. Explain the rest of our gambit once we get there.
Nod. Maybe this will have fighting in it somewhere. Oh, we're here now. Hold on. I will make my weapon visible so that they feel more intimidated by Business Sucro, who is not very scary.
I, for one, am most indignant by how well he looks.
I don't know what you're talking about. Oh. Leofard has changed outfits. Oh, right, he's using... Right, everyone's using the outfits in this quest because we're selling the outfits. Of course.
Between Leofard hoarding all the shiny baubles and Ketchi covered in all the maps and scrolls, the Red Bills ain't been selling much in the way of treasure lately. To be frank, we're flat broke. Sure, restoring the name of Sky Pirates is a matter of pride, but we simply can't afford to lose these airship parts.
But yeah, this is the machinist outfit that you can get at Tutaro's boutique.
Who's the dandy now, you ask? Reckon my reputation precedes me in these parts. The legendary Red Bill Leofard ain't known for togs like these. I could get used to this. Comfortable, practical, and with a sense of style to boot. Ain't often you find that holy triad in battle gear. Quite the line you're touting. Which brings us to a roll in my master plan. Well, it ain't easy laying low in a motley place like Idleshire. These cockle-hoop cowards have been managing it well enough. So to lure 'em out, we're gonna spread savory rumors of a black market merchant looking to fence fine contraband for even finer coin. That's you. Gasp! Just strike up a chat with any adventurers or peddlers that seem like to share hearsay. I'll be playing your handsome bodyguard, so rest assured I've got your back, mistress. Taking the liberty of preparing your guise ain't as flattering as Leofard's, but you should fit the part nicely in this. Nod. I guess Leofard is now accompanying you. I guess I don't need to appear threatening of my own devices because it will be the threatening will be supplied for me. Of course, this is the outfit. Of course, it's just Wymond from Ul'dah or whatever his name is. Hashtag fashion. Like, this is just the outfit of the black market information guy in Ul'dah that has not been relevant for a while. I do have a buff. Dressed for the occasion. This buff is vague enough that it makes it sound like they'll reuse it for future events. Also, this is funny because... Did he die? I don't think he died. Also, this is funny because I don't think this particular variant of this clothing item is available to the player. There was an information broker in the Rogue Quest who died, I think. Unrelated person, I think. Hello, approachable adventurer. Are you interested in shady dealing? Are you interested in... I missed some contrabandists. Well, I do know of some sky pirates new to town. Just the other day I overheard them discussing their latest windfall. Ah, yes, just the sort of enterprising folk we're looking for. Think you could help us pin them down? I'll do what I can. I'm no stranger to sky pirates, so I'll ask around. I'll go check Ul'dah after this. I can find who I'm talking about. The fatality rate is about to get a lot lower because I will temporarily be that job, making it only a 33% fatality rate. Ah, it's the orchards that I helped with botany at some point. Merchant yourself, are you? Perhaps I'm overstepping, but consider this friendly advice. Seeking out sky pirates dressed in such stereotypical garb is akin to dangling a sign from your neck reading "Purge my purse." The righteous Redbills may pity you, dear lady, but few else. Righteous? Righteous ain't never been to me liking, mate. Just can't abide them reprobates what don't honor the creed of sky pirating. Or so you can imagine Redbill Leofard might say, eh? Oh, it's any matter of ours. Anyhow, should you find someone looking to offload a dubiously obtained merchandise, send them our way, will you? If you insist, but don't say I didn't warn you. I don't think my white mage weapon is doing a great job of making me seem dangerous. I don't know if the weapon being dyed metallic brass makes it more or less threatening. It just seems like a cool staff. You could bonk someone on the head with this. It'd do like 15 damage or so. If you're lucky. I actually don't know how much damage a white mage auto attack does. Yes, Gobby eye catches such sky stealers. Sky stealers come to claim busy deal at Craftforge, but bring no trade goods for Jingly Shine. Right laugh joke for Gobby merchants. Sky stealers leave with Grumpface. Gobby does not understand why Uplanders wish to trade tongue flaps with Grumpface sky stealers, but happy to handlend for more laugh jokes. Much obliged. If all goes to plan, we'll have you laugh joking over their sorry hides for summers to come. Nod. Great happiness. For goodly Uplanders, Gobby shares one more laugh joke. Sky Stealer's wine cry about calling strong friend as they shame run. Friend may be strong, but Sky Stealer brain cases are still airy light. What do you think about all this? This gear fits me surer than a glove. I only wish I could wear my own scarf with it. How each Redbill wears their scarf is their business. Whether they sport it outright or keep it tucked away has no bearing on their rank or allegiance. Don't ask on principle, but I admit I'm dreadfully curious as to where you keep yours. Well, it doesn't show up on most outfits, so I actually forget to put it on them most of the time. But I guess since you're alluding to the fact that you can wear them in such a... Sorry, I got derailed by seeing the name Blamprest again. This is an individual that is related to the Anima Weapon quests, and I think has one of the funniest names of any NPC in the game. I don't know if they have technology to detect glamour. It's a great question. Where am I going? Over here. Oh, right, this is still here too. We'll get to Hildebrand Adventures sometime. Maybe they won't remove your eye patch when they invent glasses are separate from hats technology. Or maybe they will, I don't know. It's fine, Ayato just has like a glass eye or something. This disguise includes rings, I'm noticing. So, are we the talk of the town yet? As far as I can tell, you're strong contenders. Perhaps second only to rumors about a mysterious intimidator who's cast their lot in with the cockatoos. Only natural that those sniveling whelps hired a browbeater. What thickhead willingly courts the rancor of Redbill Leofard? I suppose a few names come to mind, but no matter, our plan proceeds as discussed. Nod. Let's take to the streets and wait for our clients to come crawling, eh? Nod. It's either what's her name, other sky pirate, or some comedy character, or... Whoa there! You the trader looking to chaffer with the monstrous cockatoos? Grin. Chaffer with scrags like you? Fury in me, I don't know whether to laugh or cry. Eyebrow raise. Gasp! That voice! Red Bill Leofard! As you live and breathe. Not for long, though, if you don't hand over what you and your Dickie Bird stole. Bluster all you like, Red Bill, but you ain't getting the better of us this time. We've treated with a sky pirate that'll crush you to pumice. And there you were thinking this would ever be so simple, were you not, my dear Leofard? Of course it's you. Forgot your name. Or what I made you sound like. Hey, we've leveled up like a bunch of times since that quest series. It'll be fine. Not in the slightest. I was thinking surely Radila and her talons would never sink so low as to become lackeys to a lackey. But here you are. Might even start to pity you. And that is where you consistently underestimate me, Red Bill. I would stop at nothing to realize my desires. For with the sweet memories we made together in Dunscaith, not enough to convince you of that. But I suppose I might be willing to overlook your stubborn indifference and return those stolen airship parts you so desperately seek, if you would but call me your captain. I can just kill him. Completing that airship means more to me than you'll ever understand. I ain't leaving here without me stolen goods. If they're worth recovering, that is. You there, Cockalorum. You didn't leave that plunder in wind-aspected territory, did you? Of course you did. It's as empty as a tosspot's tankard. Those airship parts are embedded with highly calibrated corrupted crystals. Put them in any contact with wind sprites and they're no better than glorified scrap. Oh, wait a moment. He said contact, didn't he? How many wind sprites go contact in the rock formations on Providence? Hey, it'll be fine. Tata, you got your hands on an airship, yes? Take her to Providence and go pick up our stolen goods. Some genius hid them under a rock. You were bluffing. Obviously. Don't make me doubt your intelligence, Radila. Or Radlia. What airship needs parts that can't handle a little wind? Doubt what you'd like, Leofard. I hardly need bloody airship bits to beat you into submission. Did they not recognize Sucro through her cool disguise? Finally, it's beating time. Or let me slip into something more comfortable. Hang on, let me equip my high eye level gear. Sucro with these glasses is really funny. I wish it just did the glamour set change thing. Also, you could switch into directly the same outfit or something very similar. Sucro? Did you say Sucro? As in the Sucro Funk? Since when was she a friend of the Red Bills? Since about, after Heavensward. Seems I'm not the only one whose name's worth something in these parts. Still prettier, though. Shrug. Well then, sweet cockatoos. Let's get about cutting you up into cocka 3s and 4s, shall we? Alright, that one's pretty good, Leofard. Alright, that's pretty good. Red Bill by himself is one thing, but Sucro's something else. Ain't nothing for it, lads. Hildebrand running animation, go. Flee for your lives! I was expecting like a sound effect of like the funny cartoon running away whistle of Hildebrand. So much for monstrous. Let's leave him to the garrison. Ain't enough meat on their shivering bones to warrant the chase. I've just realized that their entire name is a bad joke. And I'm sighing internally. Radlia, reckon this was a little more than a diversion to you, but surely you didn't think I'd fool to such a weak hand. All the more pity that you assumed those airship parts were the only pieces of value taken from me and mine. But no matter, it's time to make your allegiances clear. If you and your talons intend to continue this farce, then we'll have it out here now. Well? It seems I misjudged my prospects. I thought those simpletons might amount to more than sniveling turntails, but I have neither loyalty nor affection for a useless cockatoo. I suppose I shall have to content myself with this reunion in itself. You'll need more than clever bluffs to evade me next time. Of that you may be certain. Is there gonna be a next time? This is the epilogue for you. Alrighty then, see ya. We did it! What did we do? We didn't do everything yet. Oh, sky pirating may prove profitable, villainy shall not. May the cockatoos never forget the lessons learned this day. They were standing by in case he needed help, but I'm glad it didn't come to fisticuffs. Sounds like it's only a matter of time before Radlia tries her luck again. Gods only know what she has in mind. Okay, it is Radlia. I thought it was Radila for a while. Those were some fine samples without question, but nothing beats wearing my own rags again. Go to the Parrot and wait for us in my chambers. We'll be along once I've spoken with our knights most thorny. Just want to make certain those sniveling cockatoos have all had their wings clipped. We'll meet you back at the Parrot. This time I don't get instantly for free teleported there. This time I have to pay money and then drive. Goodness. I thought the Red Bills were supposed to be the considerate pirates. Rumph. They are considerate, they consider it your job. Okay, that's a pretty good one too. Alright, I'll give you that. That's a good play on words. Moon. Normal in-game shot of the moon count. +1. Do you think there's gonna be any more shots of the moon in Dawntrail? You think there's gonna be an ominous shot of the sun at dawn or two? Right. This extremely gilded room. Well, the room itself is not super gilded, I guess. There's a lot of gold in it. I guess in a sense that makes it gilded. Depending on how you think of that word. Well, Utata says all stolen property is accounted for, and finishing touches on our airship proceed apace. And according to the Rose Knights, the cockatoos will be shipped off to the Diadem, where they can enjoy volunteering their services for the betterment of mankind. They're gonna get so many gathering levels. Speaking of which, Captain, what is to become of the miscellanea recovered from the cockatoo's hoard? I'm sure House Halinart will lay claim to their possessions, but as for the appurtenances of origins unknown. Worry not, puss. I didn't pocket any jigumbob I find like some petty oyster. We'll track down their rightful places soon enough if my prediction holds. Sucro, is that you? Oh, hi. What's up? Who's that? It is! And you look quite surprised, as I feel, to think we'd meet here among the clouds and sky pirates. I was just finishing up my affairs in Idleshire, when who should come asking for me but Red Bill Leofard. Quite the thrilling twist to my day, I'll have you know. How did Madeleine put it? She's got her fingers in more pies than a high street baker. When I got wind she was in Idleshire, I felt like snubbing fate not to enlist her expertise. Well, I'm exceedingly glad you did, for I have returned triumphant. Allow me to present the famous traveling portraitist, Duramert. Duramer, maybe. Portraitist? But of course! Among the recovered items were a number of singularly beautiful paintings. Oh, I'm relieved to hear it. When I learned which vessel had fallen prey to sky pirates, I thought those pieces would be lost forever. So yet another victim of the monstrous cockatoos. Still, a personal summons to the Perrock seems like the sort of social nicety to which the captain is normally intolerant. I believe my presence here may have another purpose entirely. You see, Leofard and I are old acquaintances. He commissioned me to paint that portrait, in fact. I assumed as much as soon as a portraitist entered the room. My beautiful daughter Raymil. She looks perfectly at home here. Gasp. Gasp. Cat. Beautiful daughter? Hi. Dermera is father to Lady Raymil, the gentlewoman who cared for Leofard as a lad. He's abdicated all family affairs to his son when he became a practicing artist, but he's still a lord in lineage. You mean to say that the renowned portraitist Duramer is not only your grandfather, but a former lord as well? You must forgive my blithe introduction from earlier. Not to forgive, Mistress Taru. On the contrary, I'm indebted to you for tracking him down so quickly. Thanks to you, this can happen just as I hoped it might. Construction's about finished on our new airship, and I wanted you here when I christened her. The Raymil will fly again. My dear boy, celebrating your mother's life with you continues to be my great honor. When you hung her portrait here, when you named your first airship, I could see the vestiges of her love shining in your countenance then, just as it is now. I only hope you continue to realize her greatest wish for you, to live as free and unfettered as the sky itself. I know she would be very proud. Nod. A bit like herding corrals, ain't it? Getting us adventuring types all in one room. But well worth the effort, I'd say. Moments like these are meant to be shared. Right, believe we've got a new airship to fly. An open sky awaits. Smile and nod. Bradley had died on the way back to her home planet. She's not relevant. By the way, don't forget that you have a mana cutter. Now this is an airship. Without she handles, I could fly to the edge of existence and back without so much as a hiccup. Which I hear on good authority, or whatever authority a Manolane is when he's in his cups, that you have literally done. Florida Man is also still dead, that's true. Did I mention when we streamed the Wargroove campaign that I had considered having Florida Man come back in a variety of ways in that campaign? Either like possessed by the bad vibes or just inexplicably or something. Eventually I decided it was funnier if Florida Man was just dead, I think. Which is true. It is funnier. Maybe one day Wargroove versus the Skelemons 2 will have more than one mission, but I don't know. I got distracted away from Wargroove 2 very quickly, especially because the editor was lacking in some key features at the start of its existence. I reckon I've never been such equal parts awed and envious, though I'll assume the invitation was simply lost by a post-moogle. I thought we did get help from the pirates a little bit. Maybe I forgot. Hey, nay, in all candor, I'm certain there's some skies omen for your eyes. Escapades surpassing even my wildest imaginings. I don't know, you could have heard it on the radio a second ago. Could have seen it on the radio, the Loporrit Twitch stream. So trot the ends of eternity and horizons filled with peril. Just don't think you've seen the last of what wonders these heavens hold. I'll come find you again before long, Sucro, and I'll bring everything I always promise. The thrilling heady rush of high adventure. Nod. They're making it sound like these aren't really like epilogues. And that these people might be relevant again. Escapades to describe, yeah. Escapades is certainly a word that you could choose to use that may be slightly an understatement. The farewell must be bitter as sorrow. Know that it is but fodder for reunions most gay. Okay, so we've used both the word queer and the word gay in an old-fashioned sense today. Well, I guess the use of queer in that way is a little bit less old-fashioned than this use of gay. Anyway. Yep. No need to get mawkish, Furball. It ain't as if Sucro's dropping off the face of the star. Not permanently, anyhow. We'll meet up again soon enough. Although Catchy's liable to mope like a damp kitten till we do. I expect these parts will be free of half-baked brigands for a time yet, but should you ever find yourself in need of a red bill, don't hesitate to call. Thank you. 'Tis no small comfort knowing our ships may distribute their wares in safety. As for you, Sucro, we'll be in touch. Nod. You didn't give me the funny reward. Thumbs up and a wink. Hey, this is like... I think this is reminiscent of the scene that ends the set of quests that they're in. Like the theme playing, them all waving goodbye and going away in the airships. I think that happened at the end of the Void Art quests too. That's fun. That was invigorating. I'd love nothing more than to catch our collective breath over a cup of tea. Business calls me to Ishgard. No rest for the enterprising and talented, as they say. Shall we, Durmer? Nod. Might I persuade you to accompany us? I should very much like to hear of your adventures. Painting subjects I find personally inspiring is a particular credo of mine, and I dare say you have brushed shoulders with more than a few individuals of note. Paint a Sucro portrait. Portraits of your warrior of light in under 5 minutes on twitch.tv. That's a thing that people advertise sometimes, I think. Thank you for indulging an old man's eccentricities. Now then, perhaps you could begin with the adventures you shared with Leofard and his crewmates. Was that the being in touch that you... Is that a Void Ark treasure coffer? You gotta be careful with those. Wait, you can get portraits from this guy? Is this guy present elsewhere outside of this quest or like before this quest? Leofard intentionally offloaded this in our direction, yes? Whatever could it be? Show goodwill from the Red Bills or whatever it is. Leofard's a man of his word. Oh, he sticks around. Does he get unlocked by this? Or does he exist before this? That's fun, I'll have to go look. Show a goodwill from the Red Bills, I guess. Ah. I think I did recall there being a lot more portraits added at some point. Oh, that's right! When Leofard spoke to me about finding Duramare, he did mention sending something along in thanks. I wonder if this guy will be relevant to Pictomancer. I haven't mentioned that Pictomancer was announced yet. I haven't mentioned that the Fan Fest happened in between the last Sucro stream and this one. Pictomancer is the caster job that's going to be in Dawntrail. And also, female Hrothgar are real. We'll see them eventually. One of them is going to be relevant in the story of 6.55, I do believe. Wuk-Lamat. Wuk-Lamat is also, incidentally, voiced by a trans person from Puerto Rico, I believe. Which means that both an actress who is of an appropriate, like, nationality for, is that the word I'm looking for? For what the character and that society is based on. And also, trans. Hell yeah. I think I've mentioned Pictomancer at some point in terms of like job speculation, because some people predicted it would be Pictomancer because of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles shirt that Yoshi P had, because the four turtles are named after Renaissance artists. Some people speculated that that was the hint that the shirt was giving, and it turned out to be correct. And yeah, absolutely, great casting decision. And she sounds great too, from the lines she had in the trailer. We'll have to look at that trailer when I get fully caught up, maybe. Or maybe just wait until Dawn Trail is out so it's in the game. Anyway. Well, I'd make quite the sight lugging this around all my meetings, so might I ask you to hold on to it for the time being? I trust you not to run off with my share of the reward. A gift from the notorious Red Bills. You know, they're a rather nice sort of sky pirate, don't you think? Watching it in-game is a tradition. That's true. I think when Dawn Trail releases, I think the first stream will be trying both Viper and Pictomancer. And like, ideally, I want to show both complete quest lines, I think. Anyway, hey, we're over here now. A bright and energetic young lady is your employer, Sucro. I hope shepherding me back to Ishgard did not delay her business over long. Tales you shared on the journey here were beyond anything I could have anticipated. Never have I heard such inspiring episodes of daring do. Though I may not know them personally, I find myself fascinated by the individuals you described, the comrades and acquaintances of your journeys. Yes, I do believe I shall remain in the capital to paint for a time. Should you desire a portrait, I would happily part with it for the cost of its supplies. Find me here, and we can make the arrangements. Ah, what? I have to come back here? But I'll forget where you are. I'm bad with memory and directions. I don't know what this voice is. It's fine. You're close to the Jeweled Crozier. I can manage. It does seem like each portion of this quest will take about an hour. That seems fine. I could probably do all of it. Oh right, there was also a Heaven's Turn event featuring this funny little guy. Which reminds me that Sucro drew a fortune during that, and it was misfortune. According to Sucro's fortune, bad things are going to happen. Do I have that screenshot? Let me see if I can find that the misfortune somewhere. There it is. I think. Sucro's misfortune. Thou shalt experience misfortune. Heed these words of guidance, and thy luck may change. Adventure, renew thy spirit beyond the horizon. Relationships, thou shalt waver in the face of affection. Prosperity, good fortune awaiteth, outfit thy retainers anew. Conflict, even in victory, thy heart's desire shall elude thee. Perseverance is the key. Favor, to resolve dilemmas as confounding as the scholar's scrolls, thou must seek new wisdom. Sucro looks very distressed by this fortune. You could just draw, I could have just drawn a second fortune, but that felt like cheating, so I didn't. That's like having a second fortune cookie, because the first one sucked. Yeah. That bit about the retainers made me wonder if a Blethwizard wrote the fortune. Welcome back. I just received word from Mr. Tataru. What's this about portraitists and sky pirates? Well, there were portraitists and sky pirates. Red Bill Leofard gave you this, for the necklace. It seems to be a leather strap of sorts, and an antiquated one at that. Wait a moment, I recognize this design from my studies. This is a relic of the ancient city of Mach. said that Machi sorcerers would weave these cords with magics to make them unbreakable. You'd be hard-pressed to find better material for a necklace. This is completely the wrong voice. I forgot how to voice for a second. Oh, Mistress Totaro will be so delighted. But not that I've given Majina a super elaborate voice or anything. She chatted endlessly about how pleased she was to know the Red Bills and what sort of products might prove useful to our daring new friends. And the Rose Knights have already placed an order for the garrison, so all in all, I believe our latest endeavor was a brilliant success. Hey, it's someone with the completed relic, sage weapon over there, I believe. Those are completable now too, by the way. As always, we shall be on the lookout for new areas of opportunity, so I hope we can count on you to serve as our charming emissary again. In fact, I believe Mistress Totaro will insist upon it. Until next time. There are also several people wearing Gleaner outfits. You may now purchase portraits from Duraman. Blech. Vandavilius Wings. Sucre, please. But yeah, the relics are super cool, by the way. Something very funny about the relics to me, I will say. Because they all have this like futuristic sort of design, or cyber, as Samantha puts it. And because they all have like they have like a unified design motif or like theme between all of them. They make me think of a PSO2 NGS like weapons series. So these are like 15-star PSO2 NGS rares or something. And that's very funny to me because PSO2 NGS is very disappointing as a video game. Make a good Phantasy Star again, I beg. I plead. I miss Harper though sometimes. Anyway, thanks for the boots. I think 15 stars has usually been the highest rarity in Phantasy Star. I don't know if I would say NGS is completely, like, unequivocally a bad game. I would say it was very disappointing currently. I forget if Phantasy Star goes up to 15 or 16 star, actually. Normally. I think it's 16, actually. One of the white mage weapon specifically from some angles resembles a very specific rare Phantasy Star weapon also. The Psycho Wand. Which is, I believe... No, it's 12 star. Okay, so 15 star is later. In PSO it goes to 12, I guess. $15 was the highest in 2, I think. And maybe PSU? Or card rarity in episode 3, I guess, went up to SS, which is different. Different measuring system. Okay, yeah. 12 star is the highest rarity in Phantasy Star Online, the first one. Once you get to a certain level of star rarity, the way they indicate it is by having the last few, like, stars change color, so they count as, like, 2. So it's not like... They don't print 15 star icons next to the item to make it confusing or like cluttered too much. Fortunately, well, both fortunately and unfortunately, the only Phantasy Star... Okay, hold on, I need to revise this statement. The only Phantasy Stars that are a gacha are PSO2, or that include a gacha, are PSO2, the mobile game attached to PSO2, PSO2 NGS, and the one Phantasy Stars spin-off mobile game that I forgot the name of. What's it called? Phantasy Star mobile game. Idola Phantasy Star Saga. That's what it was. I think that was also a gacha. It was also very not Phantasy Star in a lot of ways. It did have Dark Falls in it. Anyway, an auspicious opportunity. This is also fun because the auspices were relevant to the Heaven's Turn New Year's quest. Because it's the year of the dragon. So they were talking about Seiryu. And Seiryu was there in disguise, being like, hey, what's up? I heard people were celebrating how cool I am. Or something like that. That was kind of fun. Anyway. It was actually... I think it was an actually pretty flawless disguise. Ah, Sucro, you couldn't have come at a better time. Do you have a moment to talk? Nod. My thanks. You see, a foreign merchant approached with the boutique with a proposal not long ago. Oh, right, it was the giant rabbit costume. I forgot. I was like, he was just like a normal guy, right? No. He was a guy in a rabbit suit. Hancock of the East Aldenar Trading Company. Perhaps you've heard of him. Wish I hadn't, but yes. Gasp. Is anyone gonna help this knight over there? Ah, so you have a history. I wonder Mr. Stataru declared him unscrupulous and deserving of infinite caution. Though there is risk in dealing with a man of such flexible principles, his knowledge of the Hingan markets would do much to bolster our efforts to make inroads in the Far East. Can we get Soroban instead? That's true. Both options for how Seiryu is driving the rabbit suit are pretty funny. Now that I've said driving the rabbit suit, I can only imagine that like the head of the suit has the controls in it, like he's piloting a Gundam or something. Actually, I don't know where Gundam controls are. It probably varies from Gundam to Gundam. But like he's piloting a mecha that's just a person-sized rabbit costume. So he's got like... Well, the controls are in there somewhere. He's got like levers and buttons to push with his... He's got to boop the buttons with his snake nose. He's got to boop it. That is why, despite her misgivings, Mr. Stataru seeks to negotiate a partnership, but for some reason or another, he has requested you to be present at their meeting in Kugane. I realize business negotiations are not your forte, but we would be most grateful if you'd indulge his request. Of course, there is also the matter of our secret mission. Nod. Saying something. Once it has been fully restored, this gorgeous sapphire will serve as the centerpiece of Mistress Tataru's necklace. I hope that one day she may look upon it as a memento of not only her mother, but of her many dear friends and allies. Didn't we already say this part? Perhaps during your visit to Kugane, fortune shall favor us with the discovery of an additional treasure to grace her keepsake. In any case, I believe that covers everything. Mistress Tataru shall meet you at the Ruby Bazaar in Kugane. I wish you a safe journey. Do you think Tataru will switch to her Kugane outfit for this? I ask that as if many of the viewers have not already seen this portion of the game. I was confused by that tiny Estinian doing a jump. I was like, what's buzzing around? Which reminds me, I don't have a minion summoned for some... Oh yeah, I found a Nutkin. I found a Nutkin in like a box or something. The Nutkin is super prevalent in the Dawntrail trailer to the point where some people have speculated of its importance. I've seen someone joke that the mysterious lady that is in the, like, the key art or poster for Dawntrail is the Nutkin. Which would be pretty funny. Clearly it's like Ratatoskr or something. Even though that's like the wrong mythology to draw from, it's still Ratatoskr somehow. Wait, what? Inspired by the words of Milith Ironheart, this daring squirrel longs to travel the realm in search of the legendary golden acorn. Could this have been foreshadowing the City of Gold this whole time because the acorn is also gold? Clearly it is. You know, I forgot that the words of Milith Ironheart would have by necessity been written. I completely did not think about that. I was like, oh, squirrel heard somebody speaking. But no, that's like the sightseeing log person. I think. Anyway, if that Nutkin is plot relevant, it will be funny, and if they are not plot relevant, it will also be funny. Because of how everywhere they are in the trailer. Well, not so much everywhere as harassing Thancred and Y'shtola a little bit. But still. Prominent. I think I said prevalent, but prominent is probably... Yep, she changed her outfit. Hey, I see theater people over there. Hey, Alma. And the cat reporter. I forgot her name. I was gonna say Mule-Ryla, but I'm not actually sure. That is one of the Keeper of the Moon surnames that it can generate, but I don't remember if she's a Mule-Ryla. She might be. Sucro, I'm so glad you could make it. I'm equally thrilled by your arrival, though I expect I must apologize for the sudden invitation. You can apologize for being terrible. I mean, no, never mind. Not a problem. Yes, you should. But more importantly, I'd like to know what the scheme is and how you intend to involve us. Oh my, so quick to assume the worst. Extreme pout. It's a very powerful pout. Pouterful. I'd love nothing more than to lay bare all my dirty little secrets. 'Twould be prudent to discuss my proposal first. Loath though I am to admit it, a draper's shop but recently launched by the company has not been well received by the locals. Our intention was to promote the sale of imported apparel woven by the Ul'Dan Weavers Guild. Alas, it seems Western fashion holds little appeal for the citizens of Kugane. So we rethought our strategy. We would produce Hingan couture, but with world-renowned Ul'Dan silks. Kimono, as they are the favored choice of wear in the Far East. Or rather, that was our plan until our seamster fell ill. It was as I faced the unpleasant decision of abandoning this venture entirely that I chanced to hear of Tataru's boutique, and the assorted Far Eastern-styled equipment they had on offer. You are referring to our samurai and ninja-inspired sets of armor, yes? Nod. Indeed. By putting your exemplary goods on display, the East Aldenar Trading Company would demonstrate that we, a Western trader, are capable of making garments suited to the needs of our local patrons. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I have been informed that you wish to establish a foothold in Hingashi and East Othard. What better way to make your Kugane debut than to have us showcase your quality wares? It's not without its appeal, I admit. The perfect venue to gauge interest in our goods. Isn't it just? If I may take your grudging concession as a sign of interest, perhaps we can discuss the finer points of my proposed partnership. Oh, we'll be discussing it at length, but I've yet to see how any of this would require Sucro's involvement. Indeed, I was just about to get to that part. Am I the model for the gear or something? Ah, it's Doma time. Not long ago, I crossed paths with a group of certain someones who were eager to call upon Sucro again. I found myself quite taken with them, charming as they were, that I felt compelled to facilitate this reunion, and of course one can never collect too many favors. Alas, I know that you are predisposed to question the motives behind any invitation from the East Aldenard Trading Company, and with good cause I concede. So I instead invited you here under the guise of assisting Tataru with a boutique-related affair. I hope you will forgive the deception. Rest assured that you shall be rewarded for your aid in this matter with your choice of recompense. Nod. Just before your arrival, I took the liberty of informing my new acquaintances that you would soon be making landfall on these shores. They asked that you meet them at Sakazuki in the Ruby Sea as soon as you're able. I believe it is a matter of some urgency, so if you could travel there forthwith. Smile, nod. Excellent. I leave them in your capable hands. Don't worry, I'm no stranger to Hancock's tricks. I'll make sure not to agree to anything until we've settled on every last detail. Just do what you need to do and return when you can. Wave. Yeah, I appreciate that he's like, it totally makes sense that you don't trust us at all. Also, I think it would be very funny if the only mention of the Ivalice raids in this whole part was that Alma and the reporter were there in the background during that scene. And they just have no other role to play for the rest of this. They used all of their words during the quest themselves, and they don't have any more dialogue allotment. They already met their dialogue quota twice or thrice over. Ivalice cameo. I guess that counts as a cameo is like a visual mention. Or maybe an audio mention at times, depending on the nature of it. But I can't really think of that many audio cameos. I think they're usually like visual bonuses, if there's a cameo of some nature. Though they may include a voice line or two, depending. Such is the sort of thing I muse about while driving to see the auspices. I probably don't need my weapon. I'm not trying to threaten any pirates anymore with my white mage weapon. It's a cool staff, though. I like the staff. Apologies, Sucro. I pray you have not been waiting long. There's Sorab. Right, we can't have Soraban be the merchant for us because Soraban is busy being the new turtle auspice. You look surprised. Did Hancock not tell you who requested your aid? But never mind that. I am simply glad that you are here. Smile. Howdy. How have I been? Well, my training is the next Genbus. That's the one I'm forgetting. I said turtle auspice. Being having trouble with names sometimes. Well, my training as the next Genbu proceeds apace. I must tell you, my friend, each day has been more trying than the last. Genbu is a turtle, that's true. I wasn't wrong, I just was forgetting a common mythological name. Why, just the other day, the auspices placed 99 wasabi-filled takoyaki on a platter before me, and instructed me to divine which single ball out of the entire batch was not filled with that dreadful spice. Training to sharpen my foresight, they claimed, but it felt more akin to torture. By the end, I was reduced to a dithering sea turtle, swimming in a puddle of my own tears. That is all to say, I am only marginally closer to assuming my place as one of the Four Lords. Ah, get to the point already, Soroban! Ah, I was just about to arrive at it. I forgot they were sharing a body also. Come, my friends, show yourselves. Them just sort of casually appearing is pretty funny. Okay, even your snake form is larger than the rabbit suit. I don't understand. It has been some time, Sucro. Nod. I'm assuming, by the way, you can't do these Tataru questlines if you haven't, or these Tataru quests if you haven't done the associated questline. It'd be weird if you could, but I'm assuming each of these have individual requirements. I am relieved to see you in good health. I understand you have been through a great deal. Your concern is unwarranted. This is the woman who quelled our Arimitama and inherited Tenzin's legacy. There is no trial she cannot overcome. I haven't really done any of the extreme ones, or like the Unreals, or the Ultimates. So, like, there might be. You must understand me, my brother. That or you deliberately insinuate that I lack faith in Sucro's capabilities. Enough. We indebted ourselves to the merchant to obtain this meeting. Let us not distract ourselves with this nonsense and get to the heart of the matter. Oh no, you indebted yourself to the merchant? Well, that's bad news. Very well. You may not know this, but Senri's craving for Dango often brings her to Kugane. It was during such a visit that she spied a suspicious individual on Kogane Dori. Who's Senri again? A man who not only wore raiments identical to Tenzin's, but who also claimed to be his long-lost descendant. This descendant was selling good luck charms utterly devoid of benediction. His ploy is plain. He uses Tenzin's name to trick fools into buying his rubbish. Any who would dare sully Tenzin's name shall face my wrath. Oh, the cat auspice. Right. That makes sense. The fat cat auspice, specifically. My flames will cleanse him of his sin and burn his soul to ash. Too merciful a punishment, I say. I shall personally render unto him every pain imaginable. By the Kami, is it possible they have both succumbed to the Arimitama once more? Nah, they're just mad. Ahem, the charlatan boasts of more than an esteemed heritage. He also claims to have the Four Lords at his beck and call. Insulting, yes, but I would still rather resolve this without flames and torture. But having lived apart from men for so long, I fear we may be ill-equipped to do so on our own. Hence why we have turned to you for assistance. You needn't agree to anything just yet, but why don't we all at least seek out this descendant and take his measure ourselves? I beg your pardon? Putting myself aside, the three of you approaching any settlement, let alone one as large as Kugane, would surely cause an uproar. Calm yourself, Soroban. You forget we are the Four Lords. 'Tis a trifling matter to assume a less conspicuous guise. Let us reconvene in Kugane. Soroban is to go first, while we three shall make our own approach separately to avoid attracting undue attention just in case. I hope Sarah's in the rabbit suit inexplicably. And that's like a holdover that they showed again in that quest. In fact, I hope they're all... Yes! Yes! Perfect! I could not have hoped for better. This would have been... It would have been funnier if I'd seen... It would have been a little bit... Well, no. This is funnier since I've seen the Heaven's Turn thing. But the Heaven's Turn thing would have been funnier if I'd seen this first. Because you would recognize the disguise. We met Hancock by pure chance. Also, I love that Suzaku is in the chicken outfit.
Recognizing us as the auspices of legend, he said he wished to help us out of the kindness of his heart. I almost believed him. Do not think I haven't noticed you eyeing my costume. If you must know, I acquired it during my travels in the West. I am rather fond of its soft and fluffy texture. Long has it been since I walked the streets in a city of this size. I did so once to visit a tea house with Tenzin. I accompanied him in disguise. How my heart raced at the thrill and joy of it, until a priest saw through my glamour. Oh, the commotion that followed. It would seem we have managed to arrive with little fuss. But only the Kami know how long our presence will remain secret. Again with the needless worrying, our disguises are perfect. None may suspect you are the Four Lords at first glance, but you are suspicious in the extreme. We could have used our power to assume the form of men, but those of keen sight would still be able to discern our true nature. The costumes were an innocuous alternative. There's nothing innocuous about them! Senri said she found the swindler on Kugane Dori, yes? Let us head there at once. And so they did. This person seems vaguely familiar somehow, immediately. Not as much when I see them close up. I think the hair looked familiar. Gather round, friends, gather round. As you have no doubt surmised from my crimson armor, I am the proud descendant of Tenzin, the famous hero of Eld, who once slew an entire host of fearsome Oni. Various gasps. But do not take my word for it. Behold! In this hand, I hold Tenzin's beloved katana, the Phoenix Blade. I don't know what it looks like, but if he's got the Phoenix Blade, then he must be who he claims. Couldn't you just have it otherwise? Idiots. The true blade has remained in our care since Tenzin's passing. Nod. Also, like, yeah, forgery. Or any other sword. Something seems off. I see there are some who remain unconvinced. Very well, you leave me no choice. Allow me to introduce you to my sworn allies, the Four Lords. Oh dear, I'm almost afraid to look. That's your signal. I expect my money's worth. Now, you would be even funnier if the four people that showed up were in exactly the same costumes for no reason. Introducing Genbu, the Turtle Auspice and Foreseer of Calamity. Suzaku, the Avian Auspice and Master of the Flames of Resurrection. Seiryu, the Dragon Auspice and Devourer of Young Maidens. Hey, that's not true. We've been over this. Last but not least adorable, we have Byakko, the small and fluffy feline auspice. Cat. Tortajiro is a minion I don't think I have. I love the little, like, the funny little cat landing sound effects.
Cat, 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 cat.
True. Why am I alone, a cuddly creature? Surely you could have hired a Hrothgar or Mikote to portray me. Byakko objects while wearing a rabbit costume. At least he did not slander your character. Devourer of young maidens. Ha! Is this rabble? All who've heard the tale of Tenzin know that the Four Lords are beasts, not three mummers and a cat. Nod. These are the glamored forms they assume so they might roam the realms of men undiscovered. Surely you can imagine the chaos that would ensue if they went about undisguised.
Yes, that seems to be his grift. I don't think it's working. Meow. Cat sound.
Even so, there's no way they'd wear such ridiculous outfits.
What? Those are fairly normal outfits.
And yet here they are, dressed in far worse.
Truck.
This farce is infuriating. I will not abide him making mock of the bonds we shared with Tenzin. We are of one mind, my sister. He must be silenced. Does Tenzin even have a descendant? There was nothing in the legends about him fathering any children. But there was mention of one who loved him more dearly than life itself. I, the woman to whom I owe my storied lineage, is none other than the sublime crimson beauty standing before you, Suzaku.
Suzaku hates this, probably. Or maybe not.
Let him speak. Perhaps he's not wholly deserving of immolation.
Nod.
Ah, how easily your rage is quelled. Having proven my ancestry to your satisfaction, my lords and ladies, I bid you partake of my good fortune, for I have auspicious wares to share with you today. Tenzin put countless Oni to the sword long ago, 'tis true, but only by the grace of these miraculous good luck charms. Just one will confer unto you all manner of fortune, good health, a happy family, scholarly achievement, financial success, romantic fulfillment, and much, much more.
Hey, this is a ridiculous amount of effort to put into an act to sell good luck charms.
But that's not all. Purchase a charm now, and I'll even throw in a stylish strap featuring a Four Lords design of your choosing. My stock is limited, so be sure to buy while supplies last. I'll take 2, no 10!
Oh, it says clumsy co-conspirator in the dialogue box. I figured, I didn't say it, but I was like, I didn't notice the name before. I was like, this guy's probably just, this is how grifts work. There's always someone in the crowd that's like a mole.
My blood boils to see Tenzin's good name used in this manner.
Nod.
As does mine. We cannot sit idly by and allow this to continue.
Nod, 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 nod.
I think our purveyor of good fortune is in need of a proper scare. Are you convinced as well, Sucro?
Nod. It'd be funny. Also, Byakko, look, while it may be true that you could have been portrayed slightly more accurately by Mikote or Hrothgar, an adorable cat will sell good luck charms, probably.
Lest you worry, despite his preposterous depiction of me, I have no intention of harming the swindler. That so many would fall for such an obvious deception. No matter the age, mortals see only that which they wish to. He is a most persuasive and cunning adversary. I was very nearly convinced I had given birth to Tenzin's child.
Suzaku, please.
He seemed quite pleased with himself as he packed up his stall. Business was good, no doubt. How shall we proceed? With care and preparation. We all saw how deftly he countered accusations of fraud. A more clever approach is needed. We must limit his ability to spin more lies. Have you any ideas, Sucro?
I could present myself as Tenzin's true descendant. The presence of the Four Lords should be more than enough to convince him. I mean, I've sort of inherited Tenzin's legacy in a sense, as you said, but maybe y'all can do something? Maybe you all, the Four Lords?
Oh, indeed, our very existence alone is enough to prove his claims false. Then it's settled. You shall play the role of Tenzin's true descendant.
Why are we also doing this?
And we shall accompany you.
With us at your side, the impostor will have no choice but to confess to his crimes. Still, we would be wise to prepare for contingencies. With me, Soroban, we make for Raisin Temple. Then it is up to us to find and confront the swindler. As you are familiar with this city, I bid you lead the way. Speak with Suzaku when you are ready. We must track him down before he dishonors us further with his insipid trinkets. His customers may have seen where he went, so let us begin by questioning them. I would also know more of his true identity. Of all the heroes of legend, why claim Tenzin's name? The answer may help us to stop him without resorting to violence, since some of you apparently lack the stomach for it. Suzaku and Seiryu are now accompanying you. Senri made mention of a wonderful tea house she frequents to feed her dango addiction. She's kind enough to bring back a portion to us at the temple after every visit. I know, rice dumplings have naught to do with our purpose, but should we find a spare moment, know that I'm particularly fond of mitarashi dango. I don't know what that means, actually. This experience brings to mind the days when we traveled with Tenzin. Never one to sit still, he would pursue every opportunity for adventure, heedless of the trouble that would invariably follow for us all. I gather you are cut from the same cloth. Sorry, what was that kind of dango that you said? Mitarashi. It's time for the educational portion of the stream.
Mitarashi dango are traditional Japanese rice dumplings on a bamboo skewer coated in a sweet soy glaze. Make this tasty street snack at home.
Is that a command? Is that a demand, rather, I guess?
Yes.
Alright, Callie, we'll get you some Mitarashi dango later, somehow. Some digital dango. Actually. Hold on. How... There's some manner of video game. No, the WebP! That I don't know anything about. That does contain... No. Transparency was killed by the WebP. Hold on. Can I just... Some manner of video game called Dessert Shop Rose, which I know nothing about. But it sounds normal enough. Which contains transparent images that include the relevant type of dango. Here you go, Callie. There's your dango.
Thank you. I will save it for after stream, but keep it near just in case.
She sounded so genuinely thankful when she said thank you. I am being pursued. Oh, that's just another person. Another player. Posing dramatically with their funny chocobo. Okay, up specifically. Ah. Kami be praised to have met Tenzin's descendant and get this good luck charm besides. What a fool I was to doubt him, he who commands the four lords of legend. As long as I have this, my fortune shall surely shine upon me. You see where he went? Oh, has my good luck charm caught your eye? If you wanted one for yourself, you're sadly out of luck. The merchant selling them said that that was the last of his stock, and he did not think he'd be able to acquire more. Where'd he go, though? And if you wish to hear it from him, he was headed towards Tasogare Bridge. You will know him by his attire. I swear he was the spitting image of Tenzin from the storybooks. She speaks of yonder bridge, does she not? Others may have taken note of our quarry as he passed. I don't know what I expected from business shenanigans with the auspices, but I don't think it was this. Ah, Exasperated Man, my favorite robot master. How are you? Ah, you're the Exasperated Man from the cutscene. Hey, did you see a swindle guy? That's what they call people who swindle. Swindle guys. It's like a Shy Guy variant. Have I seen a man claiming to be Tenzin's descendant? Nod. One who was selling good luck charms for the dozens, you mean? No, he didn't come this way, but Kami give me strength. I'll never understand how some can be so gullible. Let us continue our search elsewhere. Nod. Well, 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 look who it is. It has been quite some time. What brings you to Kugane this eve? Imagine if Sukro immediately started, like, rearing back her leg for a kick instinctively upon Gyoto appearing. We're looking for a scam artist, and I feel like you might know them, because you are one. A hawker claiming to be Tenzin's descendant. Was probably Ishu. I saw him not long ago, yes. You know him? My peculiar and suspicious friend, there is no merchant in Kugane who hasn't heard of the entrepreneur. He's made a fortune masquerading as Tenzin's heir. It's a brilliant scheme, very profitable. Tried to get in on it myself, but the Baron will suffer no competition. Who is this Baron of whom you speak? The soy sauce one, who else? Kageyama. A dangerous man, yes, with fingers in every pie. I fear him almost as much as I envy him. Of course Kageyama is involved. This freaking guy is here too. And yet they let him have a PvP map. Why do they give it? Why did they let him have a PvP map? Dang it, Kageyama. The deception must be exposed. What can you tell us of Ishu? How many times do I have to teach the Baron the same lesson? How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man? Oh yeah, you did mention that. Oh, you've had dealings with him, have you? Nod. I've dealt a blow to his pride more than once. If you know, then you know. Ishu, on the other hand, is still something of an enigma. A skilled seamster dedicated to his craft, yet he partnered with Kageyama. I never would have guessed he had it in him. There's more to this than meets the eye. We must investigate further. Have you any idea where Ishu may have gone? You want information? Yes. I want coin. Give me coin and I'll give you information. That can be arranged if you are willing to journey to Raisin Temple. Our friend Fury can escort you. Or Fury? Fury? would be a very funny theory. I think you mentioned that to me before, but like I could see that happening.
A temple? And one I've never heard of at that. Wait, is it the sort of place where mortals fear to tread and malevolent spirits do dwell?
Malevolent spirits? No, just a somewhat ominous crystal.
I'll take your word for it. As for Ishu, he came to me and requested passage to the Isle of Beko, where he was to rendezvous with Kageyama. I refused, better not to involve myself in the Baron's affairs, you understand?
Kyoto, was it? You have our thanks. We shall fulfill our end of the bargain, you need not fear.
And then Gyoto died on the way to his home planet also.
There is no time to waste. I shall have a messenger instruct Byakko and Soroban to meet us at the Isle.
Nod. Actually, I wonder if I could like go back to the Sky Pirate base, or after this, go back to where the auspices are, if they'd have any new dialogue. I actually don't know if people hang out at the Sky Pirate base much. It'd feel kind of like incorrect to go back there and be like, hey, what's up? After that ending sequence that made it seem like we were not supposed to speak with them again immediately. I still really like the theme in this, the song in this particular zone. It's very calm. Why do I feel like the quest name An Auspicious Opportunity is really similar to a quest name that was in the actual Auspice questline? That is Mitarashi Dango. I had to read up to see what it was. Callie wanted some.
We are the first to arrive. Ishu and Kageyama will want to keep away from prying eyes. Somewhere near these rocks, perhaps. Let us take cover and eavesdrop on their conversation when they join us.
There's a quest in that questline called An Auspicious Encounter. That makes sense. I have also never tried Dango. It seems to be available in many varieties, so I would probably like at least one kind of Dango.
Ah ha ha! A fine day's work, Ishu. It pays to have fools for customers.
I guess I'm just going to attempt to do a Wario-like voice.
Master Kageyama, please, this cannot continue. I shudder to think of how the Four Lords would react if they learned of our crimes.
Ah, remind me, who was it that delivered you from a life of destitution after you lost your job as a seamster? Pray tell, who?
You, Master Kageyama. I am forever grateful for your help, without which my family would be without house and home, but even so, what we are doing is wrong.
Want to wash your hands of this dirty, dirty business and be a seamster again, is that it? But once the truth comes out, and I would see that it does, who would dare to trust you? No, Ishu, we're going to continue the act, or you and your kin will starve in the streets.
This isn't a bad Wario. This is like an okay Wario impression. Kind of.
Wah ha ha! Wah ha ha!
So that's the way of it. Ishu was coerced by Kageyama into this performance, and for his family's sake could not stop. Indeed, in light of this, how shall we proceed?
How about some violence? We help Ishu, of course. We put the fear of the kami into Kageyama. Well, we help Ishu. We gotta help him. Nod. Wait, what's this theme? Wait, is this was like part of Saria's fight theme, I think?
Who are you, and why are you wearing such ridiculous outfits?
No, wait, this might be like a dungeon theme or something?
Hearken to me, mortal. I will suffer you to sully Tenzin's name no longer. Defy me and you shall not like the consequences.
Oh, this is Saryu's fight theme, okay.
Ah! Sully Tenzin's name, you say? His flesh and blood are free to do with it as they please. Unless you can prove that Ishu is not in fact his descendant, I suggest you get out of my sight.
Then prove it we shall! Sucro, here! This is very funny. Hey, I didn't level up Samurai enough. Can I still equip that?
It is time we revealed our true selves to these mortals.
I'm only Samurai level 60. Okay, of course we go to this plane.
Kami forfend!
Saying that in a Wario-like voice is silly.
It cannot be.
It is. Cool sword.
That flame-kissed katana that you hold in your hand, is that the Phoenix Blade?
For the crimes you have wrought in Tenzin's name, your punishment will be severe indeed.
Beg not for mercy. Take heart, my dears, I shall make your deaths painless. Hearken to my melody. There is no turning back. Steel yourselves. Ah! Somebody, anybody, help me! What was that?
Oh, those are lines from their fights? That's really good. I didn't even realize. Sucro's just gonna... Sucro, your arm is gonna get tired.
Not only do you possess the Phoenix Blade, but the four lords themselves stand at your side. Tell me, are you Tenzin's descendant?
Not really, but I helped them out a lot.
Please have mercy, I beg of you. I vow to never again use the name of your ancestor. You have my word. Wah!
Can I stop holding up the sword now? There is also a crab. It is thanks to Fury that we made it here in time, and now we can rest easy in the knowledge that Kageyama's scheme has been ended.
A mere illusion and the man loses his head. Some baron he is.
Pretty cool illusion, though.
You looked every bit as dignified as Tenzin did in his day. The Phoenix Blade suits you. I do not blame Master Kageyama for fleeing in terror, yet as odd as it sounds, I did not feel as though you meant me harm. At Tenzin's behest, I once played the role of a ferocious tiger to frighten the peoples of a village and drive them to flee before they were buried in a landslide. He took part in the deception as well, but to be honest, your acting put his to shame. Have you considered auditioning at the Mujikosa Theater?
What if... Okay, look. I know one of the Rising events had a bit where you do act in a play and you can choose to mess it up on purpose. But what if they do that again in the main story as a Final Fantasy VII bit?
Honored lords and ladies, honored lords and lady and descendant of Tenzin, I know not how to make amends for my sins. Though actions speak louder than words, I wish to say that I am truly sorry. Man or beast, we all make mistakes. I am told you are a master seamster.
I might not go so far as to say master, but with my skill I managed to put food on the table. Then perhaps I shall have a word with an old friend. That can wait, Sorbonne. We must escort this young man to a safer location. Nod. By the way, they're totally gonna do a whole lot of Final Fantasy IX references in Dawntrail. Not only does the Viper have the twin blade that separates into daggers, that's another thing, daggers like Zidane. And not only is the Viper the name of one of Zidane's weapons, they also revealed a futuristic techno place called Solution 9, which is the name of one of Zidane's Dyne abilities, which is what happens when Zidane goes into trance. And like trance and also the name Dyne are not necessarily too unlike Dynamis in concept. So we've got that. And there's a lot going on. They're gonna do an FF9 in there somewhere. There's also some pictures of Solution 9 had like signposts that had text on them that people were able to read. And one of the signposts is pointing towards a place called Soul Supply, which A, concerning, B, not unlike a bit in FF9, because there were the genomes that were like soulless people being manufactured by Garland in Memoria. Or the Crystal World. No, wait. Memoria goes to the Crystal World. And like... Also, FF9's whole plot is actually about a plot to fuse worlds back together. In the end, it turns out. So like that is thematically relevant. There's gonna be an FF9 somewhere. I guarantee it. And that's also part of why I want to do the entire Viper questline, because at one point in the past, I basically predicted Viper, but as a tank. I predicted a Zidane Twin Blade job as a tank. And I had like an entire hypothetical storyline scenario for such a job that would end in a dramatic sequence that included a remix of the FF9 song You Are Not Alone. So I have to play the entire Viper questline to see if they put that song at the end so I can be like, I did it. I got the... No, I solved the mystery. I hope Necron just exists for no reason again. They did... there is a canonical explanation for Necron. That was something like Necron was summoned by Kuja's absolute despair in the face of his own mortality. So, like, Necron exists for a reason, allegedly. They just didn't really convey that in the game itself. I would not be surprised if there was a Kuja or a Necron somewhere. Anyway, the next playable race they should add should be Burmesians, and in this essay I will... Okay, actually, I'm gonna continue. That's enough. It's time we returned home, I think Suzaku said. This is far enough. It is past time we returned home. We are once more in your debt. It is because of you that this affair could be concluded before Tenzin's reputation suffered irreparable harm. Thank you, Sucro. Also, I think my Seiryu voice for this entire segment has basically been one of the voices that Aya's been doing for a character in Evoland 2 recently. Who you named Gaius. I don't remember the actual name of that character. But my Seiryu voice is essentially just your voice for him. Manus. Oh, that's why you named him Gaius. That makes sense. I realized that like part way into this whole segment and didn't mention it until just now. Now that you are no longer bound to Kageyama, what will you do? I don't know if it actually sounds that similar in practice. But it sounds similar to me from my brain, hearing myself.
which will sound different because that's how talking works. Well, I know I must take responsibility for my actions. I will confess my crimes to the Sekisegumi. After I am released from my imprisonment, I shall take up an honest trade once more, and not rest until I have repaid each and every victim of my deception. Ah, yes, I'd been meaning to tell you, but I will let Hancock explain when he arrives shortly. Dreadfully sorry to have kept you all waiting. Tataru's here too. Ah, speak of the devil. He is the devil. More or less. And the urchin girl came as well. It's been far too long. You're looking green as ever, Soroban of the Blue. And once again, Genbu, that's Tataru! Tataru! I'm sure I'll have to remind you next time, too. You are Ishu, the seamster Soroban spoke of, yes? Nod. If it is gainful employment you seek, the East Aldenar Trading Company would be thrilled to hire one of your expertise to work at our draper shop. The seamster in our service fell ill, and we've been looking for a replacement. I have no words. I'm grateful, truly, but I cannot accept, for once I confess my crimes to the Sekisegumi, they will surely imprison me for a time. Ah, yes, the Sekisegumi. I had a chat with them not long ago. They are aware that the scheme was contrived by Kagayama, and that you too are one of his victims. You will be required to assist them in their investigation, of course, but you needn't steel yourself for even a brief incarceration. Good. Instead, we will give Kagayama a PvP map. I mean, throw him into the ocean. Hancock, you have our thanks for calling Sucro to our aid. Now I'm just like leaning into it slightly more that I've mentioned it. Oh no, not at all. I'm pleased to have been of service. Hancock, what did you swindle out of the four lords? I've not forgotten our arrangement, Sucro. Have you decided upon a reward? We're doing an elaborate thing where we're basically making an Exodia type of gift for Tataru, and we have to have all the cards in our hand before we can proceed. Oh, how that warms the heart. Material to help restore the keepsake of a dear friend. I have just the thing. I won't spoil the surprise now, but do look forward to it. Nod. I assume Kagayama probably just buys his way out of jail every time. I suppose we'd better return to the city. But before that, you could have called upon me too, you know. It's not like I wasn't part of the whole saving the Ruby Sea from becoming consumed by roaring flames endeavor or anything. Oh, forgive us, urchin Tataru. We assumed you were busy. Imagine you did struggle mightily to help Sucro restrain Soroban that one time, so there was some concern that you might prove a liability should it come to blows. Nevertheless, we will take your words to heart. Is that the other Tribe Alliance quests, Catboy, that you're speaking of? Because I don't recall such a Catboy, and I haven't done those yet. Didn't he also die like 3 times? Perhaps we should assume our guises and walk among men more often. It was a refreshing change of pace on the whole. I would not be against it. We were in a bit of a rush on this occasion, but with a longer visit we might better appreciate men's curious ways. I have no doubt we shall meet again, but pray that the time comes sooner than later. Yeah, he did seem like he's finally dead. Well, I mean, I've never met him, so maybe he only shows up as a cameo somewhere in there if he's alive, or if you have met him. You and me both. I assume you've probably already done that and did not see him. Until that day, I'll be sure to stop by the temple later. Yeah, I could stop by the temple later if you want. Thank the who? We've been over this. The 12 are gone. I joke, of course.
You know you're always welcome. The others would be thrilled to see you and Tataru both. I really am curious if you can go get additional dialogue if you talk to the people after the Tataru questlines. But as I said, it did seem like going and talking to the Red Bills again would kind of like defeat the dramatic farewell cutscene. This one makes slightly more sense to go talk to them again. Dramatic Sucro looking over her shoulder at them for some reason. Did Tenzin do that to them in a scene somewhere? Now then, I say we resume Soramon's training upon our return to the temple. Must we so soon? You did well to apprise Hancock of Ishu's predicament. He may now make amends by putting his talents to good use, and continue to provide for his family. Indeed, 'twas behavior befitting one destined to become the next Genbu. The road ahead is long, but we doubt not that you are worthy, and so we want only to encourage you to reach your full potential. If that is how you all feel, then I have little choice but to do my best. I feel like it's a mix between wanting to go back and talk to them and feeling like I shouldn't because I feel like the quest offered the conclusion. Also, it's teleported me here, so now it'd be more inconvenient to do so. Yeah. I also think about booping Byakko a bit. We were talking about Sarayu booping mecha controls to steer a rabbit suit earlier. Much booping is taking place. At least 2 instances of booping. I can hardly believe the Seki Segumi only wished to question me. Master Hancock must have a way with words. Kinda. Speaking of which, I believe he and Mr. Tataru will be joining us shortly. Nod. So does this mean the last Grand Endeavor is like in the first again? Are we trade routing to the first or something? I guess I'll find out soon enough. Probably not. I will see with a squiggly line after it. Ishu, you'll be pleased to know that I've just finished making arrangements for your immediate employment. May our profits soar that you may give your family the life they deserve. Master Hancock, I do not deserve such kindness. I'll do my best to earn my keep. I want you to know that I intend to work hard to make up for the many mistakes that I've made. Nod. It is not much, but I have prepared a gift for you as an expression of my gratitude. A set of garments that I made before I was embroiled in Master Kageyama's schemes. The lords and ladies of Kugane once held my work in high regard, and I hope you will as well. As I recall, it shows far too much skin for my personal taste. But you'll also find a little something from me included within, a well-deserved reward. It's not something that Sucro would wear, but... Wait, what exactly did you give Sucro? Payment for introducing the East Aldenard Trading Company to prospective new clients. What else? Tataru is becoming suspicious. I can't say I'm surprised you try to peddle goods to the four lords themselves, but still, have you no shame? Shame is not profitable. Regardless, now is as good a time as any to inform Sucro of the result of our deliberations. Said result being, we have agreed to an official partnership with the East Aldenard Trading Company. One which I will exploit for all it's worth to make Tataru Taro's boutique a household name in Kugane. For my part, I pray this is the start of a mutually beneficial partnership. To business. I would have a tour of this draper shop of yours immediately, if you don't mind. Sorry to cut things short, Sucro, but time is money and I have precious little to spare. Once you've seen to any other unresolved matters you have here, I'd be grateful if you'd return to Old Charlie and inform Megina of our new arrangement. Megina, right, yes. Nod. Stumbled over the name a little bit because it'd been a second since I said it. Also, I did not address the mention that there are probably not any changes after this to various dialogue, but that's good to know. If that turns out to be not the case somehow, I guess I can always go look later. Wait, no, I can use return. I can save up to 15% on Aetheryte by switching to return. That's nothing. That's a nothing reference joke statement. I'm over here now. Oh man. I thought that Lalafell had the pompadour, but they have a baseball cap, and my disappointment. It made you giggle? Okay, good. In that case, I have succeeded. Hey, what's... Are these glowing crystals part of that armor? I assume they have to be. Anyway. Welcome back. Negotiations with Master Hancock were fruitful, I hope. You asking about life insurance getting lost in the live stream makes me imagine some sort of, like, planeswalker insurance in Magic the Gathering. For if you get stuck in the whatever it's called. I forget what the place in between dimensions is called. The Blind Eternities. I was gonna say the Great Expanse, but that's like this game, I think, actually. Did you realize that Sucro is basically a planeswalker? Because I don't remember if I've thought about that before. Is that Lalafell dressed like Goku? Yo, is that Goku? Is that a Goku? Anyway. Negotiations with Master Hancock were fine. Doesn't cover damages caused by acts of Eldrazi? Well, that's bad news for my very specific Dungeons & Dragons Magic the Gathering OC Rodna. She's had a rough time, but she's been taking a nap for a while now, so it's okay. Well, I expected nothing less of you from you and Mistress Tataru. As for Mistress Tataru's necklace, you say Master Hancock slipped a gift into the parcel you received from Ishu, yes? May I have a look? Nod. My goodness, what a stunning set of garments. They certainly offer a taste of the Far East. As for the item Master Hancock set aside for Mistress Tataru's necklace, by the sisters, black pearls. Do you have any idea how rare these are? They can only be harvested from black-lip oysters in the Ruby Sea. I cannot be certain until they've been incorporated into the necklace, but I believe the darker shade will serve as a contrast to the brilliant sapphire centerpiece, and make it stand out even more. Yeah, I can imagine it. It's probably going to be pretty nice. Part with such precious treasures, Master Hancock is either very wealthy or very well connected, or both. We would do well to maintain a good relationship with the East Aldenard Trading Company. But that is the boutique's concern. After all you've done for us, I'm sure you want nothing more than a good rest. Thank you again for your continued assistance. When next we discover a client we'd like to add to our ever-growing list, I hope we can count on your assistance once more. Oh, there's like an entire set of things going on here. Right, yeah. Not my aesthetic. Silly to pair this with the... Not my aesthetic, but... Still. This part especially not my aesthetic. Yeah, this is apparently where you get this set.
The like branches tattoo is kind of cool, I guess, but definitely not for me. Anyway, yo, is that Goku? Stuart Little? Wait, what? That's the last thing I expected from Goku. Explain yourself, Stuart. Incredible. The mix-up. I've been mixed.
When Stuart Little becomes Super Saiyan, does he become Stuart Large?
I don't think people change size when they go Super Saiyan, but I'm not an expert. I mean, like, I think some of them, they turn into giant apes. But, like, most of the time, they just get glowier and their hair gets spikier, right? Or do they get, like, extra buff? Does Stuart Little become Stuart Large if he works out a lot? Oh. It's Wurlet. The robot's back. So, I wonder... I don't actually know. There's one stage that beefs up a lot. Okay. Is this the part that was added to... Well, yes, still today. Is this the part that was added today, or is the part that was added today like a part after you've done these other parts? This is not the part added today. Okay, so it's like a post the other parts section that was today. Understood. There was a false Super Saiyan 2? Was the 2 like backwards or something? Did they get tricked? Anyway, I'm gonna do this first. Which means I'm gonna flip a coin again. Oh, it's when they tried and... So it's more like Super Saiyan 1.8 or something. And like... And Super Saiyan is like... when you resize an image in a weird way. And if you don't resize the image in like... a multiple of the original, it looks really weird, especially if you're using nearest neighbor. And like some of the pixels become 2 pixels instead of 1, and some of them don't, and it's all like wonky. So Super Saiyan is basically like bad image resizing algorithms. This makes no sense. What am I talking about? Wait, no, that's exactly it? Okay, sure. If you say so. Wait, what? Oh. I learned about new chat commands that I have access to. I can make various different colors of highlighted messages. Wow. Wowie zowie. Anyway, right. So this time, I'm going to start the prediction before I push the funny button. And we'll see what happens. Well, Ghost didn't like delete it because I made a prediction without her, so that's a good start. Hello. Once again, it was that. I don't know why it's always Tails. But as Tails would say, everything will be okay. It's a different Tails. That said, if they've never had a coin flip in a Sonic game where Tails the Fox is on one side of the coin, they have missed an opportunity for an easy joke. But yes, it was that. One of these days, I'm gonna accidentally say it's the wrong answer since I have to do this manually now. Also, the entire time I was gone, I was thinking about the unblockable mix-up that is Stuart Little. That's so funny to me. Huh. You know, I'm willing to believe that what you've just said is like 100% canonical fact for some reason. The stream will return shortly, by the way, don't you worry. It is simply slightly more of a pain to re-equip my compression gloves and whatnot. Anyway, hopefully these help and don't somehow hurt my hands more. This random coin flip website also has a random word generator. What word is it gonna give me if I ask it for a word? Demonstrator. Thanks. Anyway. Knuckles probably could throw scissors. Wait, no. He's got like mittens. He tries. Anyway. Oops, I went away.
Sucro, I've been meaning to speak with you. Mistress Totaro mentioned the most astonishing thing to me earlier. Is it true that you aided in the liberation of Whirlet? I did do that. I drove a robot and stuff.
Now that I think about it, I do think I remember seeing a patch note for new quests being added. A number of, whenever this patch was, that included a picture of Gaius in the context of Tataru, so I should have remembered this. Technically.
I see. So you fought the weapons of the 7th Legion alongside none other than the Black Wolf himself. Well then, that makes you the perfect candidate for our next job. You see, we're planning to send our latest samples of military equipment to Whirlet's interim government. Since Gaius Baelsar oversees such matters, who better than his sister-in-arms to pitch our wares?
For some reason, I expected the camera to pan over and Gaius to just be standing there already.
Word has it that the Whirlet forces are in the process of choosing a supplier to outfit their troops, so we're keen to throw our hat into the ring. So would you be willing to assist us?
Nod. I'd be happy to, or it'd be a good opportunity to speak with Gaius. I'll just say, I'd be happy to. The second part is implied.
Glad to help. Wonderful. I can't thank you enough. If my sources are correct, you should be able to find Gaius in Turncliffe.
Wow, I can't wait to talk to... I said stalk, but that's not true. I can't wait to talk to all the great characters from the Sorrows of Whirlet questline, like all the ones who are dead. Awkward. Anyway.
Should you chance upon any potential adornments for Mistress Totaro's necklace, please do bring them back with you.
And then we put a key for the giant robot on the necklace so that Tataru can summon a mech at will. And Tataru becomes the new engineer job. You may travel to Turncliffe by speaking with a resistant escort in Porta Praetoria. Thanks for the reminder, though I imagine you're just going to point me in that direction. Yes, you are. Hey, a Hrothgar wearing a hood. I didn't know it was possible for a Hrothgar to wear a hood. There's at least one hood-type item that a Hrothgar can wear. Time for the sad Garlemald music. Here we go. There it is. Hi, Gaius.
I was not expecting you, Sucro. Are you perchance aware of the ongoing situation?
What situation? Or actually, I come bearing a delivery. What situation would that be?
I see. Then you are here on some other business, yes?
Got a delivery.
Samples of military equipment. You have my thanks, but there is a more urgent matter that requires my attention. I received a report that the G-Savior Mark II has been stolen from the hangar here in Turncliffe. What?
They stole... They stole the robot. How did they do this? Also, that does seem bad, yeah. Gasp.
In fact, I am here to speak with an eyewitness. If you're willing, I'd like you to join me. Your insight may prove useful.
Nod. Do you mean like my literal magical insight that I have sometimes where I can see things that happened? Because that would be pretty helpful. Wait, the robot's just there. Or is that just the Mark I? I don't remember what voice I gave you.
Thank you for coming at such short notice, with Sucro, no less.
Aye, as luck would have it, she decided to pay us a visit on other business. Owing to our present crisis, however, I had her accompany me here. Tell me, is it true that the Mark II was stolen?
I'm afraid so. While I was performing maintenance on the Mark I, I caught sight of a man approaching the Mark II and looking very suspicious.
A culprit, in other words.
Nod. Ow. What? No, you're dead. And if you're not dead, you're gonna be.
I called out to him, demanding he state his business here. When he turned around, my heart nearly jumped out of my chest. The man who stared back at me was Valens von Varro, I'm sure of it.
Impossible. He breathed his last before my very eyes. Unless the dead walk among us, that simply cannot be.
Gaius said among us. Yeah, this dude is super... Okay, technically, according to the rules of fiction, crushed into a fine paste does not necessarily equal we saw the body. Technically. It'd be really funny if this guy just had like the Xeno situation happening, but like with a really crappy Ascian being involved, who sucks. But there shouldn't be any Ascians left, I guess.
I only know what I saw. Though he wore a visor, the likeness was unmistakable. Even his magenta armor was identical.
Okay, so he stole the armor. We've seen bodies, I think, before.
Pray forgive the interruption. I bring urgent news.
These former captives of the 7th Legion insisted they speak with you.
Please forgive us. Father, he...
Calm yourself, lad. You are safe now, I promise. Now tell us what happened.
Nod.
Father, Valens came back and told us to show him where the War Machina are. We know how to get in there, so we sometimes come for a peek at the big machines. And after telling Valens how to sneak inside, he made off with the G-Savior Mark II. That is a good point. Since he was dissolved into paste or whatever, how was the armor? I guess there was probably more than one set of it. That's probably true.
Given what you boys have been through, I know how difficult it must have been to confess what happened. Your bravery is commendable. Now you had best return to the orphanage. Fear not, we will deal with this so-called Valens.
Nod. Bow.
Though I highly doubt he's returned from the dead, if that war marketer has fallen into the wrong hands, the consequences could be catastrophic. We must give chase and swiftly. Will you lend us your aid?
Leave it to me, especially if I get to pilot the robot again.
You have my gratitude. We will set out to reclaim the G-Savior Mark II as soon as you're ready. Pray inform the Ironworks staff when you have seen to your preparations.
Nod. They're making it sound like I get to pilot the robot again.
The camera's panning over towards the robot. Thinking emoji. Oh yeah, maybe they put them back?
Even now, I still cannot believe my own eyes. Valen's alive. The very thought of it makes my blood run cold.
That the Mark II was seized so easily bespeaks a need to tighten our security. For now, however, we must focus on the task at hand.
Here to stand a chance against the G-Savior Mark II, you'll need to fight fire with fire. Luckily for you, we've already fueled the Mark I, which is ready for dispatch at your command.
Yes! Sugro, drive robot again. Sugro, go to funny platform in this guy.
If you're heading for Turncliffe, I'm not. It's fine. The G-Savior Mark I's automated piloting systems currently have us cruising toward Garlemald. If the perpetrator truly— wait, no.
Is the Mark I just the platform now? I forget.
If the perpetrator truly is Valens, I am all but certain he's making another attempt to seize the Imperial throne.
I got bad news for him if that's the case, because there ain't one anymore.
After all, that's precisely what he hoped to achieve with the diamond weapon after the death of Emperor Varus. But he did not succeed then, nor will he succeed now. I want you to pilot a G-Warrior to make sure of it. While I'm entirely capable of taking the helm myself, I must concede that your skill outshines my own. Indeed, I will provide support from the rear cockpit inside the containment apparatus. Valens may have a head start, but I'm confident we will overtake him once we have the engines at maximum output.
There will also be tacos. The rest is up to you, Sucro. Upon entering the cockpit, several cutscenes will play in sequence. Maybe we're not actually. Maybe we're just gonna get a cool scene and not do an actual fight. Several cutscenes in sequence here. In the land of funny Tataru quest. Well, the Tataru quest hasn't been like comedy. It's been partial comedy. But it's more serious than I anticipated. Sucro in the robot.
Heat signature detected 3,000 yalms to the fore. These readings are unmistakable and can only be the Mark II. Ideally, we would shoot him down before he can detect us, but doing so would destroy the vessel and him with it, making it impossible to identify the culprit.
Sucro with the suit in the robot's even better than the previous time. It's pretty good. There are at least 2 cutscenes, that's true.
Our only choice is to draw near and neutralize the vessel's propulsion systems, even if it means alerting him to our presence.
I beg to differ. Gasp.
Someone has wormed their way into our frequency, but this voice, it couldn't be.
Of course it's you.
Oh, but it is! My, how long has it been, Lord Baelsar?
Does it get a robo character who dresses basically the same? By that, do you mean has a suit?
What is this?
Or is it like weirdly similar to this specific outfit? As soon as someone busted into the frequency, I thought it would be Nero.
How long has it been, Lord Baelsar?
A suit that looks kind of similar? Huh.
Now, as I suspected, Nero told Scava, so the rumors were true. You survived under the battle at Castrum Meridianum and now work as an engineer under Cid. Work under him? Clearly you are misinformed. I'm merely using my unequaled talents to save the poor fool from his own ineptitude, and now I'm here to do the same for you.
Questioning head tilt.
Do enlighten us as to how.
Double war criminal. The close-up on this, like, old school Metal Gear animation text, like, codec portrait of Nero is not something I was prepared for.
'Tis simple, really. I've crafted an armament that will immobilize Garland's wretchedly designed vessel, and I've even given it the appropriate name. I call it the Anti-G. Expecting this day would inevitably come, I took the liberty of loading it into the Mark I's weapons bay in advance. You're welcome. Now listen, adventurer, and listen well. What I'm about to tell you will be the key to sinking that scarlet vessel, and while I find the idea of its destruction unbearable, it is nevertheless the perfect opportunity to prove who is the superior engineer, Garland or myself. Do put on a good show.
That expression that you make when Nero is talking. In the following sequence, you will pilot the G-Warrior. Time your inputs with the on-screen prompts. I'm sorry, what? This is a QTE? What? Now that's something I was unprepared for. Like, is it in the style of the Ishgardian Restoration rhythm minigame? Chocobo Carol. It is, what? I muted in the middle of going to drink water, somehow. When a blue prompt appears, left, time your input as the diamonds overlap. When a yellow prompt appears, make several rapid inputs until the prompt disappears. The controls are as follows. All buttons and directional buttons except start. Okay, this is...
When I activate the homing interface, you are to lock onto the vessel immediately and fire a barrage of anti-G missiles. The moment our quarry is aware of our presence, he will undoubtedly take evasive maneuvers. The anti-G is a flawless achievement born of scientific genius, but that is of no matter if it misses its target, understood? Nod.
It took me a while to, like, get a almost perfect on the normal difficulty of the restoration version.
Homing interface activated. Commence bombardment.
Oh, I missed. Oh. I wasn't prepared for it.
Why, I dare say you're a natural.
Wait, was that it? Surely not. Surely it's a more prolonged sequence than that. I guess not.
With the apparatus's propulsion engines neutralized, our quarry is defenseless. What are you waiting for? Capture him.
You had a caroling event where you had to do this QTE to sing with a chocobo? There's one for when you're doing well and one for when you're beefing. I think that is the case with the Ishgardian Restoration song as well. The beefing it version existing. I think.
No, he's not finished yet. So the cornered brute still had some fight left in him. I trust you can show him the folly of his perseverance. He's not going anywhere. I can stop him, or it'll all work out somehow. He's not going anywhere.
All of those are probably lines that a mecha anime protagonist has said. All right, time for the cool fight cutscene. God. So there might have only been one QTE, but this exists. Gasp! Just parry it. Yeah, there you go. You gotta have one of those.
Excellent work. Quickly, we must go after him.
I feel like if this were to be the most FF14 thing, it would have to have more, like... It would have to be an actual combat sequence where you were, like, dodging and stuff. Alright, you. What's your deal? What's your deal, berries and cream guy? I know you're a little lad who loves deception and crime and all that, but, like,
what cruel irony that the vessel should crash here of all places.
Oh, an extremely long, detailed jarring mechanics explanation for a 10-second long event followed by an amazing... Okay, now you're selling me on your statement. It is pretty 14 of them. One of the things they said about Pictomancer was that the quests for it would be fairly unique, and I wonder if they're gonna have like a weird QTE minigame or something to make you that you have to like paint too. And you can end up with like a crappy painting if you do it bad. Or something like that.
What cruel irony that the vessel should crash here of all places. But I guess we had this area, we had this part of the cutscene like in reserve, reusing it, efficient. Resources.
Guys just mumbling about game development costs. If it was just chicory, that would also be great.
Surrender. There is no escape. It's you, Caius. And who are you? What do you mean? I'm Valens, the man destined to inherit the Imperial throne. Very well, we will do this the hard way.
Are you gonna have a completely different face model now? No. But you have heterochromia. It's him, it's Valens. This man is not Valens. Ah, hello. That ain't Valens.
Aye, I will not soon forget how Valens' face froze with fear in his final moments, how the light in his green eyes extinguished alongside the flame of his life. Yet the resemblance is uncanny all the same. I will not ask again, who are you? Answer sincerely or atone for your sins with your life.
My name is Procopius. I served as Pilus of the 7th Legion under Lord Valens' command. Ah, were you like hired as a body double? Because that would make sense, actually.
When I reviewed the 7th Legion's records, I saw no mention of there being another of his kin within its ranks. Your face. Surely not.
Actually, I don't... Are there instances in this game of people being made into body doubles through surgery? Because that was in some games somewhere.
That's right, and I would gladly do it again. Were Lord Valens to become emperor, his life would be under constant threat. This is my expression of devotion, my willingness to sacrifice myself in his name.
Okay. Yeah, Valens didn't have heterochromia. Apparently both of his eyes were green.
To go so far as to change your own face. But why steal the Mark II? Like your master, I presume you wish to use it to ascend the throne? The throne is but a means to an end. My true aspiration is to embolden the people of the shattered remains of Garlemald to rise up once more and take what is theirs by birthright. Only we Garleans are fit to inherit the star, herding the cattle in masses as we milk them for all they're worth. This is the way it should be, just as Lord Valens envisioned.
Ah, so you suck.
In the words of Emperor Solus, no lands must remain beyond our grasp. Go forth, conquer, rule.
So you're the one person who hasn't learned, then. I don't know why I said that in Gaia's voice, but... Anyway, just kill this guy. Thank you. Thanks, actually. That might have been a KO, but still.
The ravings of a madman. Lest you wonder, I have not killed him.
Okay, it was just... You hit him with the flat side of your gunblade or whatever.
To the stars. A deception check. With my corrupt congressman. I am a slowpoke.
Destroy!
That entire haiku was extremely relevant to this guy. What? The deception check, the corrupt congressman, the being a slowpoke. All of that was spot on. Sometimes these things happen. Roll plus corrupt congressman. Yeah. Unfortunately, he had to roll at disadvantage. If that's even a system that exists in anything that allows you to add corrupt congressman to a deception check.
We have recovered the Mark II and apprehended our perpetrator. Let us return to Turncliffe.
That incredibly short QTE is funny. But not as funny as Stuart Little, who I'm still thinking about.
My thanks for lending your aid despite the suddenness of my request. Your children will be able to rest easy knowing the impostor has been captured and the vessel reclaimed. That said, you were here on other business. Let us delay it no further.
Powered by the Apocalypse Systems. I'm surprised I know what that abbreviation means. Forever in our hearts.
Now, could you enlighten me as to why you came to deliver clothing samples? Business. An enterprise founded by a former scion with you acting on their behalf. Clearly, the equipment is of fine make. I and my associates will give it all due consideration. Still, I confess I'm rather surprised to see the champion of Eorzea doing so mundane a task as delivery. This Tataru must command a great deal of respect.
You didn't see, like, you didn't see the part of the game before I beat you up. So, like, that's understandable. An adventure takes everything in stride. Deliveries, skyfishing, traveling to the farthest edges of the universe. 'Tis unwise to refuse the coin keeper of the Scions. Both of these are true. Tataru's scary, but... adventures kind of do a bit of everything.
I see, the spirit of an adventurer. Perhaps I should learn from your example. In any case, I believe your errand here is complete. But if you're willing, there's another I would ask of you. The boys are doubtless still unnerved by what happened earlier. I assuage their concerns, make it clear to them that Valens is well and truly gone. But it cannot come from a Garlean like myself.
Could I prevail upon you to go tell them in my stead? Nod. Thank you. I believe you will find the boys near the storage area. Pray give them the good news. Those children have no doubt come to fear Garleans. My presence at this time would likely cause them undue distress. I think it'd be funny if we saw Gaius show up suddenly on vacation in, like, the next expansion.
Children were so anxious, I thought it would be best if I stayed by their side. Hope you can forgive us, miss. We're really sorry about what we did. We shouldn't have snuck into the hangar or told him how to either. Did you really fly the G-Warrior? Wow, I hope you can take me with you one day.
It does have a second seat in it. Maybe.
Oh, you're back. Please, miss, you have to tell us what happened. Gasp. So you got the machine back. You're amazing, miss. If that man was just pretending to be Valens, does that mean the real one's not coming back? Yes, he's gone for good, my dear. Pray remove any thought of that wretched man from your mind. Oh, thank goodness. Even now I see his face in my dreams every night. I'm always so afraid. I want to tell Miss Allie, but I know I mustn't. She's been through so much. Right! Not everyone died! I forgot. You haven't heard? Allie's been helping out at the orphanage. She's been taking really good care of us. We don't want to worry her. Could you keep what happened a secret? We heard that Valens did awful things to Miss Allie too. Please, we don't want to bring back all those horrible memories. Nod. Thank you, miss. You're the best. Huh, say, you know Miss Allie, right? Do you think you could help us? We want to make her wish come true for being so kind to us. Questioning head tilt? We heard that she dreams of having a portrait of her family. We think it'd be nice if somebody painted one for her.
Oh wow, that's... Well, wait, we could have done this out of order, so we don't necessarily know the painter at this point.
But besides Mr. Gaius, her family is gone.
We could describe her siblings to the artist, or perhaps we could somehow manifest their likeness for the artist to see.
We can describe them. Yes, that could work. Leave it to me. I may have just the thing. Surprise, I'm the Pictomancer trainer. Really? Then we'll fetch the painter.
Nod. Okay, different painter. Unrelated painter. Unless it's the same painter for some reason.
Could you tell Miss Allie and Mr. Gaius to meet us at the lookout?
Nod.
Then I shall take a leaf out of Nero's book and prepare a surprise of my own. Pray meet me at the lookout once you've spoken with Gaius and Allie.
I shall prepare a page out of Nero's book and summon a giant hammer from the sky, and, I actually don't know what the next step is. Just kind of wanted to do that. Keep T-posing, kid. Have you spoken with the children?
Yep, and I want to see you, actually.
Though Valen's atrocities left scars that may never heal, his victims will be relieved by the news. And it's heartening they should wish to perform such an act of kindness for Allie. Very well, I will do as they ask. I shall meet everyone there shortly. Wasn't Allie having trouble talking, or am I thinking of someone else?
Sucro! Forgive me, I didn't know you'd be visiting. What brings you here?
Helping out, delivering stuff.
The children said they wanted to do that for me?
Oh, we helped her, okay. Right, she started talking again at the end, after being silent for a while.
It's very kind of them. Well, it's true I've spoken of this on occasion. Family portrait just wouldn't feel right without Melisandre, Rickon, Rex, and Alphonse. Still, it wouldn't be right to refuse. They're only trying to cheer me up after all. I'd best go and meet them at the lookout.
There is some way we can summon likenesses of them, I think. I think that happened before. I don't remember how. But that's why it was something we could bring up, so...
They're on their way then? Perfect. I've made my own preparations in the meantime. All that remains is to await our models and our esteemed portraitist.
If it's the same portraitist, by coincidence, that would be funny. If it's someone completely unrelated, well, then we're just adding more NPCs to be relevant to Pictomancer, aren't we? Quick, we have to add more painters to the game. There's going to be a painter job. Gasp. Oh, it's the same guy. Hey, what's up? I could have done this first and not met you yet. Nod.
Gaius, Ali, would you mind standing over there? Make sure you draw her nice and pretty, mister.
Nod. This guy is totally going to be relevant to Pictomancer. Right, I have to go see what portraits you can buy. Nod. Classic portrait setup. Tall person sitting next to short person standing.
Did we do it right? Are we making her dream come true? Oh yes, I think you've made her very happy, but we cannot ignore the fact that Gaius is not our only family.
I know, but everyone else is gone. I wish we could have done more for her. Nod.
Don't worry, child. As I mentioned, I prepared a little surprise of my own.
Right, there was an orb. I vaguely remember this. Oh. Yeah, alright, you got me a little bit already. Instantly. The emotions!
Look, Ali. They're all here. While I understand your surprise, you'll have to sit still for the portrait, I'm afraid.
That's really nice. I think I was a little bit soured on Whirlit after playing it. Oh, you get to actually see the picture of it. That's really nice too. Just a little soured on Whirlit because Valens was a bit too much for me. A bit too much as a villain for me. But like, this feels like it's kind of recontextualizing it and making me appreciate it more. Like with this emotional like payoff at the end. Like a secondary, another emotional payoff later, I guess. So it'd be more accurate to say I didn't like Valens. Oh, you get to look at it in the world as well. Yeah, this is so far the best part of the Tutaru questlines as far as payoffs go. All of the Tutaru stuff has been good though. It's been fun. But this is a very good moment.
See Melisandre again alongside her loved ones. I can't tell you how much this means to me.
Right, you were friends with her.
This is truly a dream come true. I'll treasure this portrait for the rest of my days.
How did they pick out outfits for them to wear?
I guess they had that information. Words do not come easily at times such as these, but know that you have my sincerest gratitude.
We're so happy Miss Allie's wish came true. Thanks for helping us, miss. We wanted to thank you too, so we got you a gift. We found them on the beach with our friends at the orphanage. They're our greatest treasure. A pair of pretty pink shells. We'd better go now, but we hope you like it.
That's perfect, actually. Medjina may find the shells a beautiful complement to Tataru's memento. Return to old Charlian and show them to her. Are these three going to be staring at this portrait for the rest of time? Because, like, they deserve it. Honestly. But still. The emotional shrapnel from a war zone. I guess that's basically true. I will say that of all the Tataru things, this is also the least... Well, all of the Tataru Exodia relevant... I'm insisting on referring to this as an Exodia type of deal, because it's a necklace made of multiple parts that you have to have all of. For some reason, I'm insisting on this. But this feels like the most arbitrary of all the necklace components as far as that particular aspect of it goes. Like, by the way, we have some shells. We're children. We're children. Yay! Oh yeah, the nutkin sits on your shoulder. Somehow I forgot this information. We're children. We're children. We're children. Kung Pao Enter the Fist is a movie I have seen a single time, and yet I am constantly thinking about it for some reason. Possibly because a number of people I know frequently also think about it.
Welcome back, Sucro. How did you fare with Gaius and Turncliffe? I piloted a robot. My goodness, not only did you help him recapture stolen War Machina, but you even helped fulfill his daughter's dream? I'm not sure whether I should be in awe of your ability to solve problems or offer my commiserations for encountering so many in the first place.
Honestly, a bit of both would be valid too.
Mayhap it is simply the lot of a distinguished adventurer. Which reminds me, were you able to procure a new adornment for Mistress Tataru's necklace?
Shells from children. They found them on the beach.
Why, they're simply remarkable. These must be the fabled rose shells of Werlet. I hear they're both rare and beautiful, making them the perfect choice for various types of jewelry.
Well, that's a coincidence, or the children have great taste. In jewelry.
If we polish them up and make a few refinements, I am certain we can incorporate them into the necklace. Ah, there's something else in this package. A rolled canvas of a portrait, it looks like. It must be a gift for you.
Do I get a copy of that? That'd be maybe a little bit weird.
Owing to your kind assistance, I believe we are in the running for foregoing a contract with Werlet's interim government. There could be no more desirable result for the boutique. You have my heartfelt thanks, Sucro.
It is a copy of that. That's nice to have, but it would be weird to display. I think. Yo. There's another funny dinosaur fella. Where are all these dinosaurs coming from? Anyway. This is the part that was added in this patch, which is no longer today, technically, by my time zone.
Sucro, I have wonderful news.
I assume this is the part that was added.
Thanks to your tireless deliveries, we are now overwhelmed with orders. Mistress Tataru's plan was a success.
Smile.
That's another shipment sent. I don't think I've ever packed so many parcels in my life.
Gasp? Do I know you? I don't believe we've met before, have we? Or, hello there, you.
I don't think we met before, sorry.
Should I know who you are? Questioning head tilt. Ah, my apologies. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Hasdad. Heck yeah. I have various older mementos, like some of the stuff from the Mole tribe segment in my apartment. But I feel, as Aya put it, I feel like this isn't my painting. But I'll like, put it in storage. Like so many Hanish refugees, I left my home in Palakistan and came to Sharlayan during the final days. You saved my life more than once. Gasp. Nod. I've been working at Tataru Taro's boutique with Medjina and Varsarud, albeit behind the scenes. It's rare that I have occasion to visit the storefront. An unfortunate side effect of the constant demands on all our staff, though I think we would all agree that the hustle and bustle is for the best. Nod. I want to see the finished pretty necklace. But don't you wonder what we'll do once the samples have served their purpose? Our equipment is crafted to last, which is wonderful, of course, but also means that our customers are not like to require replacements for some time. Therefore, if we are not constantly receiving new customers, our good fortune will eventually sour, no? Hey, you thinking about planned obsolescence over there? Do I gotta bonk you on the head with this white mage staff? Mistress Tataru isn't so foolish to have not anticipated such things. I'm sure she's already coming up with new and exciting products to offer our existing clients. Actually, I had an idea of my own, for a new product, I mean. In fact, I presented it to Mistress Tataru just the other day. A new uniform to outfit the academics and researchers of Sharlayan. Oh, how enterprising. And what did she say? Well, she seemed hesitant, which I could only interpret as a reluctance to hurt my feelings with explicit rejection. But then she told me to look into it further and draft a formal proposal for review. That's wonderful, Medjina. When she said to look into it further, did she mean for you to conduct some manner of market survey? Of the academics and researchers? Just so. But, well, some are involved in such sensitive work that simply approaching them is out of the question. Which is to say my petition to enter Labyrinthos was denied. Instead, I decided to try the studium. A secretarial mammoth was only too happy to schedule a meeting with an academic representative. But now that it's come down to it, I'm feeling ill with nerves. If it were on Mistress Tataru's behalf, it would be different. But this was my initiative, my idea. I'd offer to accompany you, but I have to mind the counter. Perhaps you could offer Medjina your support? Well, I happen to be here. And as we've established, adventurers will do whatever. Oh, thank you. Can I come as well? I'd like to start thinking of what supplies we'll need for our artisans once your plan is approved. Of course. Very well then, to the studium we go. We're thinking positive. We're assuming the plan is gonna be approved. I was expecting a "they are now accompanying you" moment, but that did not happen. All right, who are we gonna propose a new uniform to? Which academic individual? In Tavner, a man of science is almost certainly a practitioner of the alchemical arts, but these scholars pursue all manner of disciplines, some less practical than others from what I have seen. Well, practical isn't the only important thing. This building might well be a temple for how austere it feels. I'm glad to have your company. I was told a key Aleapo would be meeting us here. I'm sure they will be along shortly. Ah, someone I've only slightly interacted with. Hello, representatives from Tataru Taro's boutique, I presume.
Oh, Sucro, what a pleasant surprise! Though I suppose your presence should merit no shock at all given the breadth of your generosity. Howdy. I'm still a cat, by the way. I haven't said that recently. Pleased to make your acquaintance. My name is Vegina, and I am ever so obliged to you for making the time to speak with us. Kialiapo at your service, and there's no need to stand on ceremony, I assure you. Most of our academics are far more concerned with their research than pleasantries. Admittedly to their detriment at times.
Sorry, I'm distracted by noticing Kialiapo has, like, a funny earring that is not visible from this angle.
Anyway, how may I help you this evening?
I think that's the Shiba Inu earring, but I can't tell.
A uniform for our academics and researchers, you say? I myself am ill-equipped to offer an authoritative opinion on the matter, so permit me to arrange some meetings with faculty representatives. Please make yourselves comfortable in the auditorium while I go and summon a few of our more personable personnel.
Nod. It's gonna be that one guy. Forgot his name somehow.
I'm a cat with dingo.
That's true. Oh, this is not someone I know. This is an old lady Lalafell professor of some sort. Possibly related to one of the other crafting or gathering quest lines I did not do. Yes, related to archaeology. Well, in the faculty of... Wait, did I say old lady? I don't actually know if this is an old lady or an old guy. It's sometimes difficult to know with Lalafell, but... An older individual. Could also be non-binary, of course.
Well, in the Faculty of Archaeology, we spend much of our time traipsing about ancient ruins, which often ends up ruining our clothes, if you'll pardon the pun.
A woman? Alright. Actually, I can't recall if male Lalafells can have eyelashes of this sort. I think the eyelashes are what made me think she's a lady. Maybe they can have them, though?
An outfit durable enough to handle extended use would be welcome, but it would need to be lightweight and breathable as well. Equatorial deserts can be most taxing, but then again, you'd be surprised by just how many relics are hidden at the bottom of lakes, and northern waters can get quite chilly. As it stands, my colleagues and I throw on any old thing for our fieldwork. Whatever we have on hand is suitable for the conditions, with the understanding that it may need to be disposed of afterwards. Funding for research equipment and the like is precious enough as it is, and we can't afford to have dozens of bespoke garments for every situation, which is probably not what you were hoping to hear, I realize. No, thank you for your candor. It's true, new kit can be rather expensive. We must ensure our prices stay affordable.
Now you, I know. Because I did do the questline involving you.
The ideal outfit for astronomers?
Not on camera. Okay, this is the thing that Jude does in the questline.
Wait, Jeremy mentioned something about fashion recently, when we were stargazing. What was it? Tis not the clothes that make the man, Jude, but the man that makes the clothes. Yes, very lovely and poetic, but I haven't the foggiest what it means.
Every single one of these is slightly different if you've done the quest. Makes sense. We will see 2 different scenes then. Because I have done this one and the gathering one. Or the not fishing gathering one. We will see 2 different from the you haven't done them ones.
Well, I suppose we astronomers often conduct our celestial observations from locales remote and subsequently chilly. You know, mountaintops and the like, so something warm? If warm is truly their only requirement, then I think it's safe to say this is the opposite of an untapped market niche. The Faculty of Medicine has strict requirements for dress on account of hygiene regulations. Fabrics that are resistant to stains and possess antibacterial properties are a must, for example.
I don't know why DeBroya here has like vaguely southern accent in my mind. Something about her face. Maybe she just seems like the quietly friendly type of person from her appearance or something, which somehow led my train of thought to slightly southern.
Additionally, we students in nutritional sciences must vigorously dart about the kitchen. Dressing for comforts is nearly as essential as cleanliness. If it were fashionable enough to perhaps inspire others to follow in our footsteps, all the better.
Whoa, you upgrade Archon Loaf? I hope it's just like Archon Loaf 2 or something. Nod. Now you, I know.
Ah, we require no such clothing in the Faculty of Anthropology, for we make all that we require right here. Rather, Professor Tonkin prefers to do so, that he may better understand how necessity begets innovation.
It's called Mervyn Loaf? Presumably someone named Mervyn is involved.
I can't say I completely agree with his logic, though I suppose I've grown to appreciate his sense of aesthetics now that the professor and I are... but that has little bearing on your project.
That quest is about a romantic subplot. Well, it's not the subplot in that case.
An outfit that ameliorates the ether sickness, without a doubt. You'd think that we at the Faculty of Etherology would have developed such an outfit by now, no? But alas, our primary projects demand every moment we possess. We cannot afford to divide our resources.
I'm just assuming that Tulakwa is a very loud and dramatic individual from this impression. So we need outfits that withstand all sorts of conditions, basically. And are also, like, cleanable. And warm? Perhaps one day I will level up fishing and the other crafting jobs and mining and everything else I haven't leveled.
Well, how did it go?
I don't know, to be honest. Everyone has such different preferences that I'm not sure it's even possible to satisfy them all. That is the Shiba Inu earring, I think.
A fair concern. The Studium's faculties are filled with opinionated individuals, each with their own peculiarities. Additionally, our academics spend much of their time engaged in fieldwork as opposed to seminars, which further complicate stipulations of dress.
In other words, we have our work cut out for us. Our academics sound just as unique as adventurers. Zuko, you kind of are an academic, sort of, maybe? Maybe. Unclear. You don't have, like, formal education records, so maybe you're not.
In other words, we got a lot to do.
She looks like she's an academic.
Indeed, it was naive to assume that one type of uniform could account for the needs of all academics. We'd best return to the boutique. Thank you for your assistance, Mr. Saliapo.
Nod. But this does give you a lot of ideas for many different products to make, yes? That would take more resources, but it would appeal to a wider base of customers and possibly lead to more sales and profit than a singular idea, depending on the circumstances.
And I truly thought I had a good idea. No doubt Mistress Tataru knew its folly, but had me research it regardless, so that I might reach the conclusion on my own.
Smile.
She meant well, I'm sure. See how the hardships make you strong.
I believe I've heard that expression before, but where, or that's an important phrase to you, isn't it? Should I remember that from something?
I think I heard that somewhere before. Perhaps in Thavnir. It comes from the teachings bestowed upon us by the old gods. Many of us took comfort in the words during the final days after we fled Palaka's stand. You may have heard it spoken then.
Blah. I guess so. Ah. My eyes destroyed, blasted. I need to not say the word destroyed so readily.
When we call upon the divinities, it is not to beg for salvation, but for guidance. So long as we live by their teachings, there is no hardship we cannot overcome. This is a core tenet of Hanush faith that has seen us through much adversity since the founding of our nation. It is as you say, Hastad, yet until you did, it did not occur to me to consider how they might apply to my personal struggle. Coming to Sharlayan and working with Mistress Tataru at the boutique, I've met so many peoples from all sorts of cultures, but trying so hard to accommodate their wants and needs, I fear my own heritage has become an afterthought. There is no shame in dedicating yourself to your work, and as we all have our limits, compromise and sacrifice are inevitable. It may surprise you, but I once aspired to become a steward. To look back on it now, it feels fanciful. Strange that we so easily let our dreams be cast aside by circumstance. I swore nothing would stand between me and my chosen path, and yet here I am. I know the divinities will guide us wheresoever we go, but what if we stray too far? Would I be a fool to suggest that perhaps we should return to Thavnir? But Mistress Tataru has done so much for us. We cannot simply leave the boutique on a moment's notice. Maybe not, but what of our family and friends? It is one thing for us to send money and well wishes, but I wonder if we could not do more if we were there, helping to rebuild. We haven't been back to the village since the final days, and if we're already forgetting our old lives, I don't know. I just think Mistress Tataru should know how we feel is all.
Nod. I think you can incorporate Thavnir into your ideas for the boutique, and that might be something you could do. If you didn't want to leave immediately, but also wanted to help Tataru. I suppose I have been dedicating myself to work. But is this who I wanted to become? A Hanush who has forgotten her culture? Like, this is a line of work that has a strong tie to culture as a concept. Basarut says that Mistress Tataru should be stopping by soon. When I asked how she felt about returning to Thavnir, she said she'd need time to consider. For my part, at least, I think consulting with Mistress Tataru would help put my mind at ease. Granted, that's no substitute for returning home, of course, but it is something to consider. My, what a busy counter we have this morning! Hastad, it's good to see you out from behind your usual shipping crates. Yes, I thought I'd come help Majina with her research. We just returned from interviewing academics at the studium. About that, Mistress Tataru. Explaining. Suffice it to say, their requirements were all radically different. I know I said a uniform for researchers and academics, but I'm afraid I may have deeply underestimated the feasibility of such a project. And that's perfectly alright. The important thing is to learn from what you discover, so you can retain and apply that knowledge as you continue on your entrepreneurial journey. Gasp. The right idea for a new product will find us when it's ready.
In the meantime, I have more samples in need of delivery, and seeing as Sucrose very conveniently standing within my line of sight... 1,000 pardons, Mr. Satoru, but before we continue, I wish to speak with you about a personal matter. You have shown us incredible charity, which makes this all the more difficult to ask, but I wonder if I should return home to Thabner. Gasp. Please do not mistake this as dissatisfaction with our arrangement. If anything, I've grown so accustomed to life in Charlian that I fear I've begun to forget myself. My dreams, my faith, the person I used to be before I came here. Not only that, but in spite of my regular remittances, I worry that our village struggles to rebuild after the final days, while I live happily removed from a burden I ought to share more. It feels disingenuous to both my home and the many kindnesses you continue to show us. Nod. I see. And do you both feel the same? I've been so devoted to my work that I haven't given much thought about returning until Hastad mentioned it. But to claim that I'm not worried about the village would be a lie. Yeah, this is a good section of the quest, I agree. It's fascinating that they've addressed this concern, that they brought it up. Yeah, it's not something that's often brought up or discussed. While I am of a similar mind to Magina, I must nevertheless remain here. Among other reasons, there is a project I am resolved to complete. Gasp. Nod. Oh yeah, something you can't tell about Sucro's current haircut is that I started trying different colors of highlights for Sucro's hair. They don't show up much in this particular haircut, but she's got a highlight. It was very briefly slightly visible in a shot a second ago. Well, I would be very sorry to see any of you go, but if remaining here causes you grief, I will spare no effort to see you safely home. Which is why I've decided that our next set of samples shall be delivered to Palika's stand. Gasp. Furthermore, I ask that those who wish to visit accompany Sucro on her errand. Seeing how your village fares is no doubt the best thing for you both right now. It will help you to understand your feelings, after which we may proceed howsoever you desire. Nod. Nod. And should your colleagues require it, I'm sure you can be relied upon to dispense the perfect advice. Leave it to me. You seem pretty good at advice yourself, honestly. Magina, Hastad, give everyone my regards. Nod. Then it's settled. I'll begin preparing the samples at once. Allow me to assist. That scene, felt like a bit of Tataru we haven't seen before, too. This whole thing is serving as a bit of extra character detail for Tataru as well, which is also fun. No matter what happens, we must finish Mistress Tataru's necklace. Are we ready to proceed with the restoration, do you think? I dare say we have enough additional materials thanks to Sucro's dedication. As for the work itself, I thought we could entrust it to the lapidary Mistress Tataru once apprenticed with. I'm sure that'll mean a lot to Tataru. I was sort of hoping that I could do it. That would mean a lot to her, I think. I only know carpentry. I'm glad that you think so as well. Granted, carpentry can do anything as long as it's a special quest objective, but still. Let's leave the necklace in Varsarut's capable hands and join Hastad in Scholar's Harbor. Yay, I sold an Alexander miniature for 631 gil. Yeah, you can very barely maybe tell that Sucro's hair has a pink highlight in it right now. Apparently, I've elected to walk. I never imagined we'd get the opportunity to return so quickly. I hope everyone is doing well. I remember when we first set foot upon these docks. After a long, exhausting journey through frozen wastes, after surviving those horrid beasts, Mistress Tataru was a warm beacon of light. Working at the boutique has helped us to rebuild our lives, but I will never forget that feeling of powerlessness. Should I have stayed in Palakistan and tried to defend my people? Was I a coward to flee? Is it a betrayal to my home and myself to remain here? I can't stop thinking in circles. Anyway, I'm glad for this opportunity to better understand where my heart truly lies. All will be well, I'm sure, but we must be off lest we miss our connecting flight. Nod. That's the sort of thing that you say when there's an airport. I don't know what you mean by connecting flight. Right, airships exist. That sounded more like an airplane, though. Right then. Oh, I've missed the smell of spice. And this warmth. Ha! We're back. We're truly back in Thavnair. Was Radzatan always this grand? I can't believe we lived so close yet rarely made the trip. You remember how it was? Village duties always kept us all too busy for travel. Defending pilgrims was trying enough for the stewards even before the final days. I wonder how many temple roads are still traversable. If even those in Radzatan struggle to travel for worship, our feelings of estrangement may be more common than we think. Nod. Since we've come all this way, would you mind terribly if Hastad and I toured the city on our own? Let's plan to meet in Palakistan anon. That's fair. Who are you? What are you up to? You have a relatively unique appearance. Also, I think I've concluded that wearing compression sleeves and gloves for long enough might begin to cause other problems, so that's great for me. That's what the pause was. I was removing the gloves. Anyway. Home at last. Yes, home. I can finally breathe again. Come, let's go and find the Elder. Nod. I suppose, to conclude that last thought, I suppose compression gloves and sleeves and stuff are meant to only be worn briefly. Or, depending on which website you go to, never. There's at least one website that's like, actually these kill you dead if you wear them. Buy our alternative. Ho ho ho. But, you know, whatever. Anyway, moving on to the actual game. Elder Yuravet. Hastad, Legina, how wonderful it is to see you. I've been so worried. Tell me, how is life in Sharlayan? Are you being treated well? Oh yes, Elder. Our employer, Mistress Tataru, is the kindest of businesswomen. In fact, she arranged for us to accompany Sucro on her errand here, so we might enjoy some time at home. That is very good of her indeed. I'm relieved to hear you are being looked after. You are ever a guardian to our people. Thank you for seeing these children safely home. Now then, what is this errand you speak of? Business. Here's some business. It's invisible. How splendid! Our stewards shall put these to good use, you may be assured. If only we could repay your generosity with something even half as marvelous. Alas, ours is a village of little extravagance. Everything seems as ever it was. Indeed, with the support of the Radiant Host and the funds you and others have sent, we've regained much of the peace we once knew. Thank the sisters. Still, there was something I wished to speak with you about, Elder. Simply attune to the nearby Aetheryte. Everything will be much easier for you, if you can use that. You are worried your heart grows distant from Thavner, that you have wandered too far from home. But my child, it's only right that you should wander, that you should roam. Your heart's connection endures no matter where you go. You yet think of us fondly enough to visit, yes? And send us what gil you can spare, do you not? Gestures, perhaps, but not true commitment. Should I not be here with all of you working to restore our village? There is no restoring our village, Hastad. Without those we lost, Palakistan will never be what it was. We must instead do all we can to become a new village, with a new future ahead of us, although the particulars of our path are not yet clear to me.
And yeah, that's a heck of a line, huh?
How so? Ours has always been a settlement of stewards, as well you know, tasked with the protection and preservation of Thavner's sacred sites. But we have seen our roads shaken and temples defiled by beasts. The material is not always within our ability to protect. What is everlasting is our faith, the bonds between our people and the divine. Through the old teachings, we remind ourselves of life's meaning. Yet, if we wish to ensure our traditions endure for generations to come, should we not strive to do more than maintain our temples until pilgrims deign to visit? Ah, but I do not wish to tire you with an old man's musings.
Are they gonna do the thing that I've been picking up on, where they will spread their traditions and culture through the medium of working for clothing zone, place, land? You know. I could have said that better, but that seems reasonable to me.
Surely there are other ways of ensuring our people remain connected to their heritage and faith. All we need is the right idea, something new our village could offer. Well, well, my words seem to have inspired you. And with the worldly insights you have gained, I am sure any future you envision for Palakistan will be nothing short of remarkable. But there is no need to rush. Take some time to speak with the others and make yourselves at home.
Nod.
Palakistan is charged with the preservation of Thavner's divine teachings. Our methods to accomplish this must naturally change with the times. How else can the village help to strengthen our people's connection to their faith? How foolish I was to think the answer would be so simple. I would come home, roll up my sleeves, and help restore our village to the way it was. I would find fulfillment. Alas, not all that was lost can be reclaimed. Our people face a new struggle, but perhaps by discovering new ways for the village to fulfill its duty, we might yet help our community. Exactly. Like the Elder said, surely our experiences in Sharlayan have given us a unique perspective. Not to mention Sucro's extensive knowledge of the world. I'm sure that between the three of us, we can come up with a brilliant plan to support Palakistan.
Leave it to me. There's also a squirrel here, but I don't know if they're gonna help much.
Yes, you are right. And I'm sure that hearing how everyone fares will give us insights as well. If you think of any ideas, we'd be glad to hear them. Not a soul here will ever forget the hero of Palakistan. I'm sure everyone will be just as eager to speak with you as us. There are also others with whom I'd like to speak once we've finished here. Of course, we mustn't forget to pay our respects. Nod. Aside from the money we and others working elsewhere send back, the village is largely reliant upon the generosity of the faithful. Our avenues of income are quite limited. Unthinkable in a place like Sharlayan, perhaps, but it's how we've always done things. Even so, I wonder if such an arrangement is still viable in this day and age. The Hippo Riders could probably help you out, too. It would do little good to return home only to become a burden. That's why I'm determined to come up with an idea that will help our village. Excuse me, I couldn't help but notice that beautiful equipment you delivered to the Elder. As a weaver who crafts armor for our stewards, I would love to hear more about its origins. Created in cooperation with guilds from across the world? I must have a closer look. The final days exposed the limitations of my skills. Traditional Tavnerian techniques alone did not suffice. I'm eager to hone my craft by studying the work of foreign artisans. Although in my weaker moments, I often wonder if purchasing armor for our stewards would be the superior solution. Alas, that would require a surplus of coin as well as available product. As a village sustained by donations and remittances, we would be hard-pressed to afford anything so expensive, even if such suppliers were to venture this deep into the jungle. Oh, hello there. Staying for a while or just passing through? Hello. Welcome. Love you too. Our recovery has been slow but steady, though I am concerned for those who still struggle with wounds our healers cannot cure. The final days may have passed, but grief and trauma are not so easily overcome, or ever for those who must accept them as constant companions. Oh, no, don't worry about it. Sorry I didn't see you send messages. Callie does have Dongo. As a special treat for her. This is because a certain type of Dongo was brought up. And I didn't know what it was, and I was starting to look it up when Aya redeemed an explanation of it found from a search that included the words, try making this snack at home or something like that. And I was like, is that a demand? And then Callie said yes, so I gave Callie Dongo. Thank you, Isa, I appreciate it. I could have seen it because I do still see notifications and stuff, but yeah. Anyway. Grief and trauma are not so easily overcome, or ever overcome. That's certainly true. I know what that's like. Ours is a tightly knit community, but I worry for those in the capital and abroad. I imagine it is difficult for them to honor the old teachings as they labor far from home. God, it's weird to think of this as my job. But I guess it kind of is, in a sense. So many of us fled during those dark times. If only we could bring the comforts of our community to all Hanish.
She means feeding me.
Oh. That is part of my job. That's true. If it isn't Hastad and Magina, accompanied by our savior, no less. Welcome home, welcome home. True, we're a bit short-handed these days, but we manage nevertheless. While there's a happiness in being reunited with our young ones, we're just as happy knowing that you are walking your own path, no matter where it leads. I remember Hastad couldn't wait to become a steward when he was little, but as far as I'm concerned, sending aid from afar is just as praiseworthy as tending to the temples here. Times are changing, and who's to say that this cannot become another form of stewardship? A steward who supports the village from afar. I never even considered the possibility. Seeing everyone so eager to help one another makes me more determined than ever to contribute. But before anything else, shall we go? Let's. It'll be good to visit. To Perusa, then. Nod. Could we ask you to accompany us? The temple roads are perilous, and your presence would be a great comfort. It would be funny if they made me do a fight at any point. Well, anyway, I think this still works fine. I think I'm allowed to do this when escorting. Yes. Now, I think what would be really fun detail is if you were escorting people and you used a mount that had extra seats, if they showed up in the seats. That'd be cute. But that does not happen. When I was little, we used to run through these wilds, playing steward and imagining fierce battles with hideous beasts. Got the scolding of a lifetime when our parents found out. But when it really happened, when the sky turned red and the jungles spewed forth unspeakable horrors, I could do nothing but cower. Perhaps that's why I feel guilty for not returning, for not doing more, even if it may never be enough. But this time I will rise to the occasion. I never used to give much thought to those who walked these roads before me. Countless pilgrims who risked their lives for faith. Aware of the dangers ahead, they pressed on. So strong was their devotion, so sacred the tradition. 'Tis a perilous path you walk, so it is written. And so too our forebears must have felt when braving these jungles to reach what would become our beloved home. I didn't even notice that rock. That's the #1 cause of accidentally running into a rock, probably. I don't know why I needed to say that. It's been a while. Yes, but we made it. I'm home, Mother, Father. Pay respects, emote. I feel like Sucre should also do the pay respects emote. Here at Perusa, we may commune with the spirits of the departed. Neither Magina's nor my parents survived the final days. I told them about how you saved us and that we're doing well. I know they will rest easier for it. Nod. May the next time we visit be to deliver glad tidings from Palakistan. Though I was relieved to find the village in a better state than I had feared, it seems there are still issues we might help address. Finding a steady source of income, for instance, so the stewards can be properly outfitted without overwhelming our weaver. I was also troubled to hear about those who continue to struggle without the support of a local community. There must be some way to provide respite. Respite? One of those? Yes, indeed. The question is what? Do you have any thoughts? Ask yourself, what would Tataru do? Never underestimate the power of a partnership. Expand your horizons. Think big. Well, if we've learned anything through this questline, it's the power of teamwork. At least in a business sense. Never underestimate the power of teamwork. Or a partnership, as it were. Indeed, Mistress Tataru developed the boutique through close partnerships after all, and look how far it's come. Wait, that's it! If Palakistan were to enter into a partnership with the boutique, that might lead to great opportunities. I think you're onto something. If the boutique sold wares the village produced, for instance, our people would have a reliable revenue stream. But what can Palakistan offer, and to whom? How about amulets and talismans, or images of the deities? Something simple, created with love for our homeland and our faith, so no one forgets or feels forgotten. I like that. Our temples were created in remembrance of our ancestors and divine teachings, but reminders need only take the form of great works. A small keepsake may just be what our scattered brethren need to reassure themselves that they are still members of the community. This could be the answer we were looking for. I can't wait to tell Mistress Tataru. Determined. And nodding. Rather, I can't wait for you to tell Mistress Tataru, Majina. It was your idea, after all. A team effort, let us say. I certainly couldn't have come up with it without you and Sucro. If our proposal is approved, Mistress Tataru will no doubt need assistance in Charlian. I am ready and willing to provide it, but what of you, Hastad? What will you do? I too will return to the boutique. One day I will come home to stay, but for now I wish to do all in my power to help our village thrive. Gasp. I am relieved to hear you say so. Let us go and consult with the Elder about our plan. Nod. If Elder Yaravet gives us his blessing, all that's left is to present our proposal to Mistress Tataru. I was lost in the fog, unable to find the path forward, but Majina's brilliant idea has given me the clarity I needed. I know now what I must do for myself and for my people. I hear you were kind enough to escort these children to Perusa. Again, you have my gratitude. Are your feelings any clearer for it? I think so. Majina and I talked it over, and we believe we have struck upon a new way the village might support our people. Tangible mementos of our faith, an interesting proposition. Many here would be glad to create such reminders. I expect those unable to perform strenuous labor would be especially grateful for an opportunity to contribute to the prosperity of our village, to say nothing of the options these additional funds would provide. But most importantly, we would be able to help those who have chosen to live apart from us feel that much more connected to their community and their faith. I am proud of you both for discovering such an innovative way to do so. Yay! It would likely mean Hastad and I will stay in Charlian for the foreseeable future. Then take with you the knowledge that no matter where your journey takes you, our hearts will always be as one. May the sisters guide you. Nod. We'll come back again, I promise. In the meantime, we shall see our plan to fruition. I will send word once we've determined the particulars. Nod. Right then, Charlian awaits. I was distracted by the funny scroll hopping around during that scene. To think those two were once mired in all-consuming sorrow. I can hardly recognize them now. I'm sure I have you and their Charlian benefactor to thank for their recovery. Please extend my warmest regards to this Mistress Tataru when next you meet. I'll do it right now. Don't know how they're gonna get back so quickly, but you know. Actually, is there an Aetheryte that's closer? I don't know, there isn't. Okay. Ah, someone is leaning against the wall and brooding. The optimal brooding stance when a wall is nearby. Even Varsud likes our idea. Here's hoping Mistress Tataru does as well. Sucro, the necklace is back from the lapidary. Nod. He had nothing but fond memories of Mistress Tataru and was eager to pour his everything into the restoration. The result is magnificent. The original sapphire accented with black pearl from the ruby sea and rose shell of Wurlet, united by a length of machi leather, a singular necklace symbolizing Mistress Tataru's past and present. By the sisters, what a remarkable gift! Chuckle. However, it wants for a finishing touch. Questioning head tilt? Preferably by your hand, Sucro. And after hearing about your visit to Palakastan, I know just the thing.
Okay, so this theme playing here, I did not expect it because it's more of a seasonal theme, but also the fact that this is playing in Sucro's apartment, coincidentally, kind of makes it seem like the game just threw Sucro's theme at me. Like, this is her theme now. Which is unintentional on the part of the game developers. But it was a surprise attack to my emotions that made me personally connect to this scene further, due to my music choices. In short, we will be proposing a new line of products to help our people feel closer to their roots, yes? So, in honor of Mistress Tataru's roots, I would have you inscribe the symbol of Nalthal upon the back of the pendant. It would be an honor, or I'll do my best. I think this, as a carpenter, this might not be the medium, but like, this is similar to like etching and some aspects of woodwork, maybe?
It would be an honor. Leave it to me.
I think Sucro can do it. It's also not unlike drawing Arcanima symbols. Sucro is decent at doing this sort of thing, probably. With painstaking effort and unwavering focus, you engrave the symbol of the traders onto Tataru's necklace. Any who behold it will surely know beyond a shadow of a doubt that this final flourish was the product of your heroic hand.
I'm sure she will adore it. Our work is officially done.
Nod.
I've just received word from Mistress Tataru. She should be arriving in Scholar's Harbor soon. Let's go and meet her there.
Nod. I'm still thinking about Stuart Little, by the way. That was very funny. Anyway, hi Tataru.
I wasn't expecting a personal escort from the docks, though I dare say I could grow accustomed to it. How was your time in Palakastan? Did you find it worthwhile?
Explaining. Tataru nodding.
So while they do have interest in our equipment, matters of recovery are their greater concern at present. Recovery, yes, but also growth, which may lead to a lucrative opportunity for the boutique if you'll permit me to suggest another new product. What if we offered handicrafts designed and produced by the people of Palakastan, authentic works representative of Hanish culture? For those of us living abroad, reminders of home would do wonders to ease feelings of estrangement, and for others such pieces could be appreciated as beautiful works of art. Our village is up to the task. You will not be disappointed. Doubt not their conviction, Mistress Tataru. A product that embodies Thavnair's spiritual beauty to be shared with the whole world, why the boutique should offer nothing less. Though we've made wonderful progress with our samples, I believe it's time for a change of pace, and handicrafts born from a heartfelt desire to celebrate one's culture is bound to resonate with others.
Heck yeah.
Given her eagerness, I presume Majina intends to stay and help facilitate this new venture. But what about you, Hasdad? You felt the call to return to Thavnair rather more strongly, as I recall. Yes, well, after talking with everyone at home, I realized that living apart from them does not mean I must forsake my childhood dreams of service. I believe I can best serve my people by staying in Charleon and continuing to work at the boutique, if you'll have me. With pleasure, Hastad. Mistress Tataru, if it would not be untoward, we would like to present you with a small token of our appreciation for everything you've done for us. Nod. Not untoward at all. Rest assured that I graciously accept all offerings of praise and adoration, especially ones as fine as this. But how queer! Oh, we're using queer again, huh? This sapphire looks remarkably like the one my... Okay, so we've used queer twice today and gay once. It's a little funny every time they do it. Sucro? Is this my mother's sapphire? Hers so now rightfully yours, or I hope we haven't overstepped our bounds, or look, I put the symbol of Naltal on the back. Look at what I did. I did it. I'm helping. Hers, so now it's yours. It's hers. It's really hers. It is a funny response, but... yeah. I mean, I did help a lot with procuring the materials, too. Never in my life did I imagine I'd see this jewel again. It was part of a family heirloom. When my mother was married, she received it from her mother. How her eyes sparkled when she spoke of one day giving it to me, I'll never forget. But when Father's business failed, we lost everything. That was the last I saw of it. Though your heirloom did not survive in its entirety, Master Pippin managed to recover the sapphire. From there, we collected parts from clients during sample deliveries and commissioned the necklace you now hold. Now that I think of it, Sucro often did receive mysterious gifts on those visits, so that's what it was about. I will forgive the fade to white this time. Time after time, I'm reminded that a fortune in coin promises only a fraction of what a wealth of friendship provides. When my family lost its last gil, I became a lapidary's apprentice. And that's how I met a certain miner named Minfilia. Is this like a bunch of 1.0 crew here? We hit it off instantly, chatting every time she brought in gems for appraisal. And then one day she came not with her usual haul, but with an invitation to join the Path of the 12. The rest, as they say, is history. Wait, 1.0 had male Mikote in it? I thought it didn't. One serendipitous meeting that led to so many others. That led to so many incredible adventures. That saw a poor little girl reunited with a priceless memento. Our teachings say there is more ugliness than beauty in this world. To live is to suffer. But we never need suffer alone. And what is more beautiful than the bonds we share with others? Indeed, it is these connections that give meaning to our lives. Connections for which I too am grateful, and thus compelled to advise that we must return to the Agora. Counter remains unmanned, and we mustn't neglect our clients. Nod. Quite right, quite right. Back to work with a lot of us. We've got new products to plan.
Various cheering. Sucro is also here.
No doubt we will be even busier in the days ahead, but if our village prospers, then it will all be worth it. Sucro, on behalf of the entire boutique, allow me to thank you for all you have done. I'm ashamed to admit that in our excitement to prepare Mistress Tataru's surprise, Barsarud and I failed to prepare something for you. That's alright. And that sounds like the cue for Mistress Tataru.
What did you do? What shenanigans have you wrought? I've still got the earring that Tataru made on, I guess.
Very soon, Sucro here will no doubt embark upon another journey to corners of the world unknown, as she's wont to do. That's true. So, to wish you well in making new friends and to remind you of those who will always hold you in their hearts, I have prepared... Bespoke Chocobo Barding, crafted with love by one Tataru Taru.
Oh. I saw that there was new barding, but I had no idea what it was. Neat. Nod.
I dare say the boutique will be embarking on its own adventure in the coming days, and with true adventure invariably comes tribulation. But with your compassion, resourcefulness, and reliability, I have every confidence that we shall succeed in our respective endeavors. To even higher returns of both coin and camaraderie.
Nod. And various other gestures.
Oh, and don't think just because you're running off to the other side of the world that I don't intend to solicit your future involvement, Sucro.
I did think that this questline would continue at some point.
You won't escape me that easily.
Nod. That was a fun set of quests. I liked that. Wayfarer's barding, that makes sense. Tataru's bespoke framers kit. She made me a card too? Big Dreams Found Fortune. A new chapter of New Game Plus. No achievement for that, but that's fine. Whoop. Base plate, top border, portrait frame, plate frame. Well, edit plate. So what? Tataru's bespoke. Oh, it's like Charlian, I think. Yeah, makes sense. Was there a backing? No, top border, this one. Tataru's bespoke. That's nice. I like that. I believe there's a portrait frame, yep. Oh, it's like a wallet, kinda. Sucro get funny wallet, I guess. Plate frame. It's reminiscent of a wallet, anyway. That's fun. I already made it look like a passport photo, kind of, for travel ID, so I've already got that covered. That's what I was going for, anyway. Also, since you saw it briefly, there was accidentally, like, a few frames of Sucro dabbing, so now you have to look at it on purpose.
Understood. Wayfarer's barding. What's that look like? That makes sense. It's pretty practical as far as barding goes. Got like a backpack. Got some choco boots of some sort. Honestly, this is basically what I was hoping to find in chocobo barding. There aren't that many chocobo bardings that are just like sensible, practical, my sort of style. Most of them are overly elaborate. But this is good, I think. I like this one. I'll probably just use this. Not that I... Well, I guess I'll have more cost to summon my chocobo in the future. Shoutouts to Boaster. I'll mostly be driving a motorcycle until I learn how to go faster on not a motorcycle, maybe. And then I'll be probably mostly driving another motorcycle. Like, as far as Quack Lock. There's a Quack. Of course there is. As far as using a mount in Dawn Trail goes, I'm most likely to just use motorcycles more. Hey, what's this worth? Yeah, alright. Somebody buy this. Maybe. I actually am not low on funding for once, so... Anyway. I guess this is Sucro's theme now. It also played in a cutscene where it would be relevant to play a theme of Sucro. We have the trophy again. Don't forget the trophy happened. And now... Well, this has been Final Fantasy XIV. That was... the Endwalker Alliance, Tribe Alliance, one of those... quests. And all of Tataru's grand endeavor. Which means that the next stream is somehow further Hildebrand Adventures. Actually, that reminds me. Hold on. Whoop, Sucro. That reminds me. Detective Sucro's on the case. I feel like I should wear something like this next time for Hildebrand. I feel like that would be correct. But for now, Sucro will take a nap. So next time on Final Fantasy XIV, somehow further Hildebrand Adventures. Etc. Okay, so as usual, thank you for petting Calico. If you're interested in any various links and whatnot, they are below the stream and also at this link that is appearing right now, borealrobin.cardo2rs.co. I would also appreciate following or subscribing if you are interested in doing so, or recommending the channel to others if you're interested in doing so, but you don't have to do any of that, etc., etc. You know, the usual pitch that I'm not too great at, but, you know, it's there. With all that said, very quickly this time, Thank you all for watching. I hope you have a good rest of your day and or night, and I will see you at the next stream, whenever that is. Good night, everyone.